Good to have you today on the Thursday edition of the Bill Michaels Show. We got a lot going on today. We are, in radio terminology, we're loaded today. And we have got Brad Biggs is going to be joining us a little bit later on today. He works with the Chicago Tribune. We got to find out about the dumpster fire that is the Chicago Bears. You talk about the ultimate train wreck at this point. It's almost, somebody had said to me yesterday, and I saw a couple of people tweet it out, but a friend of mine, Chris, who I was talking to about going downtown, doing some dinner stuff tonight, he stopped me in the middle of the conversation. And he says, "Hey, don't you feel bad for the Bears?" I'm like, not really. But that's kind of where we're at, is people are starting to feel bad for the Bears because they're just so damn bad. It's amazing. They're just awful. So anyway, things are continuing to burn out of control down there. In the meantime, coming up today, we got a lot of good stuff today that's going to happen. Paul Charch is going to be here. The Charch is going to join us later on today. We're going to talk some fantasy football. Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus is going to be here about an hour and a half from right now. We'll talk with him about what's going on. Like I mentioned, Brad Biggs in the last hour of the program. So much happening. Plus, we're going to hear from David Bakhtiari momentarily. I want to play you the entire thing. So we're going to hear that coming up in about an hour. When we get everybody on the network. But I want to play the entire thing for you so you can hear it, you can feel it, and you can get the sense, because I thought it was brilliant. Now, yesterday when we were on the air, we were talking about David Bakhtiari going to the microphone, would he or would he not speak and such. And I tell you, and I said, this is what I would want to hear. And absolutely, positively, David Bakhtiari nailed it yesterday. He said exactly what I wanted him to hear, or exactly what I wanted to hear from him, I should say. He wanted to basically put it out there to say, look, I'm not going to leave my guys hanging out there. I'm not going to leave them hanging out to dry. It's not going to happen. This is what I'm here for. On and on and on and on and on. All the things that you wanted to hear out of your highest paid player, your most veteran player, that kind of stuff. So he absolutely nailed it. I thought it was great yesterday. So got that. And so much more. I mean, Matt LaFleur spoke yesterday. Some of the players in the locker room, Mike Clemens caught up with, which is always good whenever you get a chance to hear some of those guys. The Matt LaFleur stuff's coming up here shortly. Also, you're going to get Dontavian Wicks. Lucas Van Ness spoke to the media yesterday. Jordan Love obviously did as well. So we got all of that coming up here in just a little bit. If you want to get a hold of us, it's easy. 877-867-1670 is the phone number. Again, 877-867-1670. I want to make sure today you download the Zone app, okay? If you got a mobile device right now and it's sitting in front of you, maybe you're listening to us on the radio, what have you, you want to go to the Zone. The Zone Madison comes up. It's got a little, kind of a radio look to it, but it's also got the Capitol building there, the dome of the Capitol building and the logo. Download it. Today you got an early Brewers game. So you can still listen to us. You can still catch the stuff that's going on down in Chicago, the David Bakhtiari stuff, the Matt LaFleur stuff. You can still hear all of that and still get the game on many of the, the affiliate stations that go to Brewers baseball. So download the Zone app. If you don't download that and you have like a YouTube account or what have you, go to YouTube, youtube.com/Bill Michaels Show, Michaels, and like us there, subscribe to us there, smash the like button, follow button, whatever it happens to be, whatever that button is, hit it, crush it. And that way you're automatically right there. Every time we go live, it'll tell you, hey, the show's on the air. You can either hit watch it or just swipe it and you're done. But you can like us over there as well. You can find us on Twitch TV, on Kick TV, those apps as well. You can find us now on LinkedIn, which streams the show live now, as they came to us yesterday and said, yeah, baby, yeah. So we're on there. Also, we are on the Twitter link, the X now, if you want to follow us over there, at Bill_Michaels, at Bill_Michaels. Facebook fan page, facebook.com/The Bill Michaels Show. I mean, the ways to follow the program now are ridiculous. They're everywhere. And you can also listen to us after the fact on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, and Google Podcasts. So many ways to find us. Grant Bill's in the house. And how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, Bill. Day got off to an early start. I had to get an Uber into work this morning because my car's still in the shop until later today. And I sent you a text. My Uber driver this morning, out on Jordan Love. Out.
He's out on Jordan Love.
Done with him.
Okay.
Yep. Done.
Did he give you a reason why?
Yeah, he said the fourth quarter on Sunday against the Falcons, it was his worst nightmare. No clutch gene. All of his fears about Jordan Love came true on Sunday. He's out on him. So
Jordan Love, by not bringing the team back and running three straight, pretty much 3 and outs, it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 4 and out, and it was done. So in that fourth quarter, he pretty much lost that gentleman's ability to have belief, is what you're saying.
Yep.
That's it.
Basically.
Okay.
Yep. So I was just talking Packers with him in the car, and he's like, yep, Sunday was it. And I'm like, oh, 2 games? Gotcha. I don't want to argue with him. He can think what he wants. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you have it. Little bit strange, little oddity to it, but okay.
A little bit.
I'll respect the guy, but I've never been high on Jordan Love. Everybody knows that, but I will say that at least he's performed as good, if not better than what my expectations have been. So I'm giving him a little bit longer leash, but that guy apparently is not. So there you go. Sports talk in an Uber. There's nothing better. So what else? Anything did I miss today coming into the program?
I don't think so. I think everybody's continuing to talk about the Bears stuff today. So I'm excited to talk with Brad Biggs coming up for sure. And there's been a lot of players that have been injured. We were talking about this during our NFL picks last night on the Huddle, Bill. So I think it'll be nice to catch up with Charch later.
Yeah.
If you're shuffling your roster around or trying to figure out how to replace somebody like Austin Eckler or one of these big higher first or second round picks that have been injured, I think that's going to be really useful coming up. So I'm excited for Charch.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Charch, and only for the fact that him and I really haven't spoken since I was ousted from the league in week 1 with a historic low in point scoring. And then I want to actually I wore a cup today. You can't see it underneath the desk, but I did because I'm going to take a kick to the crotch more than a few times when Travis Kelce and T. Higgins and people are scoring, and they were all on my team a couple of weeks ago, and not one of them either played or scored. So the historic low that I go out on, at least I set some kind of a abysmal record, but I'll talk to Charch about that as well coming up here in a little bit. But I had this labeled, and I just saw it again. Thomas just said it too. I had this labeled last night. And for those that don't know, I mean, Justin Fields had some things to say about his coaching staff. And basically, I'm not going to say threw him under the bus, but he kind of did. He kind of threw him under the bus. So at first, and here's the thing, once you say it, it's out there. Nobody, he said the coaches say we need to play better. I need to play better. I'm not taking that personal. And he said at the end of the day, they're doing their job to give me what they want me to look at. I'm not blaming anything on the coaches. Whatever happens in a game, I'm going to take the blame. But prior to all of that, when he was asked, why did you not play well? What are you not seeing? Why were you so statuesque in the pocket against Tampa Bay? He said, basically, in a Cliff Notes version, that, part of it is I just played robotic and on. And then he says, and it's coaching. And everybody went, what? And it's coaching. They're giving me a lot to look at, and it's their job. And he tried to kind of downplay it a little bit. But in essence, what he was saying, he said, that the coaches give him so much. They want him in the pocket. They want him to look at this. They want him to look at that. And that's not who he is. And we talked about this before. It's not a Mensa meeting that they're having in that huddle. So he's not reading things the way they want him to read things. And the reason being that they want to keep him in the pocket is because they want to preserve him. He wants to play outside of the pocket. He's like, look, I can take hits. I'm fine. I just want to take off and go, and I want to be able to do my thing and play the game the way I want to play it. So there's a battle going on, and he said he blames the coaches. He blamed the coaches for giving him so much to absorb that all he wants to do is just go play football. In other words, all this technical stuff that I'm supposed to learn, I don't want to learn that. I just want to go play backyard football and throw the ball to the open man. That's kind of what he said in a Cliff Notes version. But he had to walk it back because the whole world went, Justin Fields just said, quote, I blame the coaches. And the world blew up. Then their defensive coordinator, Alan Williams, resigns. He hasn't been in the building for a few days. And the thought was, or at least his statement was, that he needs to step away to take care of his health and take care of his family. Okay. But then there are these rumors that begin to leak out. And what is and isn't true, we're going to find out later on. But there was some reports that there were authorities, I don't know if it was the FBI, the police, I don't know who it was, went and raided his home. The defensive coordinator, Alan Williams' home. There was original reports that they came to Hallis Hall as well, and the spokesperson for the Chicago Bears said, no, that's not true. That never happened. Nobody has ever been here to investigate the defensive coordinator. And they tried to confirm it via other police sources, and police sources say that, no, we didn't send anybody to Hallis Hall, so wherever you're getting that is probably bogus. But something's going on. Don't know what. Even Brad Biggs tweeted it out and said that, hey, they've been on alert for the last couple of days that the defensive coordinator was gone, but it was not because of health and family issues. So we're going to try to get to the bottom of this today, too. So that's going to be coming up a little bit later on as you start to look over the border to the state just south of us. So a lot happening. In the meantime, Packers back in the practice field today. Good to see Lucas Van Ness back. Good to see Christian Watson on the practice field. You got a little bit of a workout from Aaron Jones, and no Elton Jenkins, no David Bakhtiari to be found. Except for after practice. David Bakhtiari did speak to the media, quite lengthy, by the way, after practice, and said everything a Packers fan wanted him to say, which was fantastic. So I'm all good with that. 877-867-1670. If you want to find us, you want your voice to be heard today, that is it. Also, you don't forget, you've got Cam Akers was traded from the running back from the Rams. He was traded for swapping a draft picks in 2026 with the Minnesota Vikings, trying to bolster their run game, trying to get their offense a little bit better. Everything is just kind of spinning, and it's all spinning around the NFC North. That's it. Good morning to everybody on the live stream. Dwayne says Fields is not the sharpest tool in the shed. No, I mean, we were kind of told that in a very kind way. He did not have a good camp. He did not absorb the offense. He doesn't understand it still. And I tell you what, the criticism that's there's three guys right now that's taking a lot of criticism in the National Football League as offensive coordinators. Matt Canada, obviously, over in Pittsburgh, and what is going on with Kenny Pickett and that offense there. And he's getting crucified by the media and backed up by Mike Tomlin. But the other two guys, oddly enough, that are getting crucified are Nathaniel Hackett for not adjusting the offense to Zach Wilson and calling plays that only Aaron Rodgers will be able to run and understand and decipher against that vaunted Dallas Cowboys defense. So Nathaniel Hackett's taking a beating. And Luke Getsy for being a second year in the system and trying to, in the offseason, get Justin Fields to absorb everything that it is he wants him to absorb. And again, if you're going from a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who is the Matrix and can see all and know all, and is pretty easy when you sit down, everything becomes like, offense 101 to him. Whereas then you go to dealing with a guy like, Justin Fields, and you probably keep sitting there in the meeting room going, do you see it? Do you get it? What do I need to explain? He's like, I just want to run. I just want to run. What? No, I just want to run. No. So it's, two of the guys that used to work directly with Aaron Rodgers and directly with the Green Bay Packers are just taking a beating. So that's the opener of the day. And then, by the way, the Brewers get a win. The Cubs take a loss. What was already declared over the weekend, the National League Central belongs to the Milwaukee Brewers. The Brewers technically have that magic number now down to 4. Brewers win last night. Cubs take it on the chin. Tyrone Taylor, not once but twice yard. Big stuff. Donaldson goes yard as well. So a lot of good things sitting there watching that game last night. Brewers early today. And again, if you want to stay right here where you're at, download the app, the WOZN, The Zone Madison. Download that. You can always find us on YouTube as well. Go to youtube.com/Bill Michaels Show. Find us there. Stay tuned. We got a whole lot more of the Bill Michaels Show. Whole bunch of stuff coming up today, and we're excited about all of it. This portion of the program brought to you by our friends over there at the Social House, HAUS, on Lisbon Road, Menominee Falls. They're reminding me to tell you that they got a big Packer party coming up this weekend, opening up for breakfast on Sunday morning, bags, tournaments, and all that kind of stuff. And in addition to that, they're going to have all the TVs tuned directly to the Packers and the Saints. So looking forward to a good day over there at the Social House if you're heading out in that direction. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show. It's coming up next.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stay on the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Creole Williams lived down a dirt road. He made homemade wine like nobody I know.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Bill Michaels Show. We continue on this Thursday. Dallas says, hey, guys, I think we're overlooking one thing. As good as the Brewers' offense can be, they have been hit or miss at times, pardon the pun. Do you think this team can actually put it together in the postseason? I think they have the pitching. Their defense is pretty solid, but can they get the big hits? Who is going to be this leader? We talked about that earlier this year. Hey, look, and by the way, Grant, did you see the video that was put out by Christian Yelich? I don't know if he put it out or it was copied and then he just retweeted it or reposted it on Instagram, but did you see it?
I did not, but I'm going to look right now.
It is a whole Christian Yelich is back. Christian Yelich is back. Christian Yelich is back. Christian Yelich is back. It's all these announcers. And they're talking about Christian Yelich. And look, I am at times a rather, how do I put this? At times I can be rather superstitious. There's certain things that I just, I don't necessarily believe in. But every time it seems Christian Yelich puts out a video of him hitting a big home run or something to that effect, it all of a sudden just begins to fall apart. So I'm praying that this Instagram post that he just put up, I saw it yesterday, so maybe it might have been out there for a day or so already. I hope that isn't going to be another, because Ben Kenny and I used to keep track of the Christian Yelich Instagram posts. And when he started doing really good things, he would post something and then he'd go into a drought for like a month. So I'm praying to God that that doesn't happen. So going back to Dallas's question about who is going to be the leader, I think if you're talking about somebody that's going to offensively throw this team on their back, you're mistaken. That's not the way this team is. Is there going to be leadership in the clubhouse? Yeah. I think everybody looks to Yelich, even though he's not a very outspoken guy. He's kind of a stabilizing factor in that clubhouse. You can look at some of the veterans they brought in on the short term. They can be leaders. Certainly Contreras behind the plate, your field captain, if you will. He can be your leader. You've got some of your pitchers that are more veteran. But as far as who's going to get hot, no, that's not the way this team is. What you're looking for is, like last night, Tyrone Taylor goes yard twice, right? You don't expect that. You don't expect him to go yard once, much less twice. And things just happen. It's like every night there is a different leader, if you will. Every night there is a different, there's somebody else that, to use a very overused term, there's somebody else that steps up every night, right? So I just think what your leadership is going to be and what is going to guide you through all of this, honestly, I think is going to be the fact that you are going to have pitching that is going to take you, that every day you got a shot at winning. I think that's probably your best leadership trait. You got good defense. We all know that. You got guys who can get to the ball and track it down. Track it down. You got good arms in the infield. I mean, not worried about the defense. But that's what you go to the ballpark with the mindset of every day with what the Brewers have going to the hill in the starting rotation, the bullpen, and specifically in the back end. That you're going to battle every day with guys that are frontline guys. You're not hoping and praying at any point in time. You walk out on the field and you're like, okay, that guy's going to get it done. It's just up to us to string a few hits together. And that's where this team is at. So hopefully that makes sense. But it's not like back in the day when you had Fielder and Braun and all those guys, and you just said, okay, who's going to take over today? Is it going to be Fielder hitting a couple of big bombs, or is it going to be Braun in big clutch moments with a flair for the dramatic? I mean, who is it going to be? You always had that, but you don't have that anymore. So you've got a conglomeration of guys that just at times you hope hit the baseball. But magic number, for those that want to keep track of such things, magic number now sitting at 4 for the Brewers. 877-867-1670. If you want to give us give us a call, you can. This is from Scott. Scott says, hey, Bill, Jordan Love discussion from earlier. The guy has to be crazy just to look at the fourth quarter and say Jordan Love doesn't have it. What did you see? I know they didn't pick up a lot of yardage in the fourth quarter, but at least they were out there giving it their all. Okay, Scott, let me do this, okay, real quick. And I don't mean to in any way backhandedly demean you, but to give it your all crap, I'm sorry. We all give it our all. You give it your all when you wake up in the morning, and the Bears give it their all when they step on the field and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't equate to wins. What equates to wins is when you connect on plays. Okay, whether it's you're in the right place at the right time to make a play and you do, or you don't, or you have miscommunication like they had on the fourth down play. You have a quarterback that in that particular moment at that particular time did not look good, admittedly. Okay. And that was his first real taste of on the road, down by, whatever, in a moment in which you had to help your defense as well, because you kept putting the defense on the field with 3 and outs, that you really needed to come up big and you didn't, and you watched a 12-point lead get frittered away and you had no answer. And so is that concerning? Not this early in his career, not in game 2. Now, if we're sitting here at game 12, and you've seen 4 or 5 of these types of games kind of fall by the wayside, and he looks like a deer in the headlights. First 3 quarters looks pretty good. And then the fourth quarter, when you need him the most, he starts to fade away. Well, then you start to have concerns, because it's not like this is your rookie season, right? But as a young team, as a younger team, some of those guys are going to have to learn how to go out and make plays, especially in the specialty positions. You've got a veteran offensive line. You've got veteran running backs. You've got a lot of guys that have been there, done that on the defense. This team, for as young as it got young by eliminating the old. It didn't get young by an influx of young. It got young by getting rid of Mason Crosby, getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, getting rid of Mercedes Lewis. It got young that way. That's a lot of age right there. It got young by getting rid of Randall Cobb. That's a lot of age. That's a lot of 35-plus guys that were playing football. So it got younger, but the experience is still there. That offensive line knows what they're doing. The only guy that's relatively new is Zach Tom. That offensive line's been around. The offensive backfield's been around. The defense, what makes a veteran? 1 year? 2 years? I think at least 2 years in the league, you kind of look at things and say, okay, I'm experienced enough now with 32 games under my belt to know what the hell I'm doing. So what they need to do is not necessarily learn how to win, but have the intestinal fortitude to learn how to win together. And it all starts with the quarterback. So the quarterback, I understand. Everything else, I don't go with that. Let's do this. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back. When we do, you can hear from Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur, last night during the huddle, we did not hear from. We were focused more on the Bakhtiari stuff and then getting into the Bears stuff and then making our picks and talking to Clemens yesterday. So today, we're going to hear from Matt LaFleur from what he had to say yesterday in his Wednesday press conference. So we'll see how things went there, and we'll hear some of that when we come back. Stay tuned. Got a whole lot more of the Bill Michaels Show. This portion of the program, hey, they got a new GM, a brand new enthusiastic, which everybody is when they take a new job, but a new enthusiastic GM up at the Four Seasons Island Resort and overlooking the property. And they continue to grow. They continue to get better. They continue to hire and, take people who really want to be there and want to enjoy it and want to be one of the best workplace environments in the entire state of Wisconsin. But that's the Four Seasons Island Resort. My son actually is off driving there now. I think heading there right now. It is his wedding gift from about a year and a half ago. And this is his, quote, honeymoon weekend, because he had just started at the police department at the time, and he was not able to take time off. So this weekend is his kind of honeymoon getaway. So he's going to the Four Seasons Island Resort. So give Barb a call. If you want to go up and to the romantic side of things, or maybe you want to get away as a team building effort for your company, maybe you just want to take some time, go play some golf at both Timberstone and at the executive course that they have on the island up there, the Four Seasons Island Resort. All you got to do is call up Barb, use the promo code Michaels15, 715-938-5110, 715-938-5110, and tell them we sent you to get 15% off your stay.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket, this is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Want to say thanks to our friends at Road, Track, and Trail. This is the time of year that you're going to start looking for a sled, whether it's a snowmobile of the Arctic Cat nature or some other model or make, but they got a bunch of them. Single people or single person, 2-seaters, 3-seaters, all that kind of stuff as you get into the winter months. And if you're looking to trade in, say, a UTV or an ATV or a motorcycle for that matter, or you're looking for great deals at the end of year, man, Road Track and Trail has it. roadtrackandtrail.com. That is roadtrackandtrail.com. And get hold of Nick down there. Great guy. They're always dealing. They are, statistically speaking, the world's largest dealer. They deal in nothing but used equipment. They get it in, they clean it up, they fix it up, and then they sell it back off. And, man, they roll through so much stuff, so much inventory down there. People come from all over the upper Midwest to go there, and because they just get such a great selection. So if you're looking for something for the fall and winter months that is going to give you a lot of pleasure, a lot of fun, and give you the need for speed on the snow, that's the place to go. That is roadtrackandtrail.com, roadtrackandtrail.com. So Matt LaFleur, yesterday, talking to the media, first of all, he talked about the assessment of Jordan Love through just a couple of games.
I do think that he's played how we've expected him to play. You never quite know until they get out there. But the thing that's been so impressive to me is just how he's played in terms of the poise that he's shown, the confidence. I can see his confidence growing every time he gets out there. And I'm sure there's going to be some adversity. And there was last week. That's just the nature of this game. And it's all about how you respond. But I've been super impressed with how he's done, just in terms of leading our team, leading our offense, and the poise he's shown and command.
Talking about that, the poise and such and the command, he said, he was asked, look, if Jordan has played as expected, what has made them believe, even in looking at that fourth quarter of the game against Atlanta, what makes them believe that he is so incredibly poised?
We've been seeing it for a couple of years now, just his practice habits and how he goes out there. And quite frankly, I know, just thinking back to last training camp, last preseason, I know the numbers. That's why you can't get too infatuated, in my opinion, with numbers. It's the process of how a guy's going out there and performing, like decision making, his timing in the passing game, the accuracy, and it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be plays you want back, but I thought he had a really good process a year ago.
Okay, so you don't want to get too wrapped up in the statistics, which is what leads us into the next question. It's like, hey, coach, I mean, look, 6 touchdowns, no picks, fantastic statistic, no doubt. I mean, he learned to keep the ball out of harm's way for the most part from Aaron Rodgers, and that emphasis over the years, but the dude has got a 54 point whatever completion percentage. I mean, that's not going to cut it. So, you talk about the numbers, that's okay, but talk about Love's completion percentage being so low.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons could be for that. Whether I can think back 2 weeks ago when we had, a strike that I thought was coming open, and we had a mistake up front in protection where you're getting hit. It could be some of the concepts that we're calling, or we've taken a few more, I would say, not necessarily shots, but down the field throws, which are going to be lower percentage. It's just, if you hit them, they're explosive plays. So I think there's a multitude of reasons. It's never one thing. But I think for the most part, he's thrown the ball pretty accurately, and he's made really good decisions, and he's playing within the timing of the offense.
Also, the one thing about Jordan Love is that he's experimented with, and they make such a big deal out of it with Patrick Mahomes, is different arm angles in which he throws with, whether it's over the top, sidearm, kind of flicking it from underneath. LaFleur expounds upon that.
Sometimes I love it, sometimes I don't. But I think that's just part of the process of learning and playing quarterback, seeing what you can do. And I know this, he's in a really good headspace. I think he's confident. I think his teammates are confident in him, and shoot, that gives me a lot of confidence. So I know we got a lot of belief in him, and I think he's going to continue to get better and better and better, especially as those around him get more comfortable in our offense and perform better.
So when you talk about the arm angle, and he said, at times he's not happy with it, the crazy arm angle he had, that pass to Samori Toure, he talks about that on the final drive.
That was awesome. I mean, you talk about changing your arm angle, and he was not open in the timing of the play, but he had pressure in his face. That was a big time throw. There's only a handful of guys, in my opinion, that can make that throw. And what was so impressive of that throw was if you see and paused it where Samori was, where the defender was when he was about to get hit, and just the pace that he took off the ball, I thought that was big time.
So, which, can't disagree with. I mean, it was a hell of a throw, no doubt about it. But Jordan Love, you'd like to see him continue, because not only has he been kind of a quarterback that sat back and kind of looked at the field, but you like it when he plays aggressive. You like it when he gets comfortable and starts to feel it and such. And he talks about Jordan Love playing more aggressive than most young quarterbacks.
Tell him to try to read it true, read with your feet, and, go with the ball wherever the read dictates.
What stands out? Got the Saints coming to town. What stands out about the Saints defense that is so good?
Fast, physical, aggressive, very sound. They're going to challenge you on all three levels. Demario Davis is a game wrecker. Cam Jordan. They got guys at every level, and they've got complementary pieces around them. Obviously, Lattimore, the Honey Badger. I mean, they got a ton of players on that defense, and they challenge you. They are going to told their guys on the perimeter, they're going to grab and hold, and that's what they do. But they play aggressive, and you got to be very fundamentally sound up front. You got to do a great job of coming off the ball and playing with great pad level, because they are a physical bunch and they play with extreme effort. And when you get effort plus scheme plus talent, you have one of the best defenses in the National Football League.
Now, the Saints offense, the one thing you don't have to worry about is they got a little bit of a run game, but they've been a little bit nicked up. But their passing game with Olave out of Ohio State, Michael Thomas, Raheem Shaheed, I mean, they've got some weapons over there, and he talks about that.
They've got multiple players, and then Jennings, and they got a lot of guys. I think Carr can sling it, and he's been doing it for years, and he's going to give his guys opportunities. So definitely have a lot of explosive pieces that we need to make sure that we limit those explosive attempts.
Matt LaFleur, head coach of the Green Bay Packers, also the update, because one of your best weapons, Aaron Jones, not playing in Atlanta. Give us the update on Aaron Jones now.
I think he's coming along well, but we'll see.
Is this week's practice, which, because don't forget, the Packers play on Sunday and then they turn right around and they play again on Thursday. So does that mentality of a couple of games within 4 or 5 days, does that start to leak into this week's practice thought?
There's definitely some thought to that. We've got a very similar week that we had a week ago. We took a little bit off the back half of practice today, similar to last week, just from a volume perspective, knowing what lies ahead. And those are tweaks you make throughout the course of the season, but nothing too drastic, I would say.
Now, with what's going on down in Chicago and all the discussion about the coaches are making it so difficult and they're asking me to do so much and blah, 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 blah. Have they had to limit the playbook and kind of scale it back because you have Wicks, because you have Heath, because you have Jaden Reed? You've got a lot of young guys.
I think it varies week to week. I think a lot of it is scheme dependent. Certainly, there's a similar scheme that we played last week, which is helpful in terms of maybe some stuff that you had in the plan that you didn't call the week before. There's a little bit of carryover. You may dress it up a little bit differently, but conceptually that helps. But yeah, every week's a little bit different in terms of what you feel like you want to go in there with enough ammo where you feel like you can move the ball down the field and score points. So that's the goal every week. And I'd say it might be a little bit scaled back from years past, and I do think that we did a decent job of laying a pretty good foundation, throwing a lot of stuff at these guys throughout the course of OTAs and training camp. Just a lot of concepts that we you always want to try to plan ahead for what you think you may use during the season. And so we threw a lot at these guys, and, they were able to function. But that's always a tricky deal, I would say, each and every week, kind of scheme dependent on what you're going to see.
So here's a big question, because your run game was kind of non-existent without Aaron Jones. Obviously, your left side of your offensive line has been nicked up as well. So how much improvement is there for the offense to really kind of get this run blocking, this capability to run the football back on track?
That's an area where it's not just the run blocking. I would say it's really all 11. Making sure that our backs are on track with their aiming points. Wideouts are doing their part in the run game. Quarterback doing his part, whether it's faking a keeper, whatever it may be. So there's a lot of as a play caller, giving our guys opportunities to have productive runs. I mean, we ran a toss into a nickel pressure off the edge and we lose 4 yards. So I can't fault anybody else other than myself on that, So I would say collectively, everybody needs to be better.
The home opener, always special at Lambeau Field, but now you've got a new quarterback. You've got some young guys that have never run out of that tunnel except for a family night affair. I mean, there's going to be a different energy and it's a hot ticket right now too, by the way. There's going to be a different energy at Lambeau Field on Sunday.
There's no better place to play in the National Football League. And I said that even before I was here. I think this is the best, venue in all of sports. I love playing here. I love feeling the support from our fans, and hopefully they show up and show out for us on Sunday. And we'll feed off that energy.
Before you get out of there though, the giant pink elephant in the room is the fact that your defense was craptastic down the stretch. Now, there was a lot of things that went into it. I understand that. But between dropped interceptions and not being able to get off the field, getting on the field far too much because of the offense in the latter portion of the game, I understand all of that. But you just couldn't get off the field. You're dying death by 1,000 cuts. This defense needs to bounce back.
Well, I mean, that is the National Football League, and we have to play better in order for us to have an opportunity to win against a team that's coming in here 2-0, and a really good football team.
There you go. That's it. Matt LaFleur talking to the media yesterday. Good stuff. Let's do this. We'll step out. We'll take a quick break. Anything there catch your ear? A couple things caught mine. So I want to get back into that when we come back. This portion of the program brought to you by our buddy Mikey Whitcomb, Exit Realty. And if you are looking for a home in the Milwaukee, the 5-county area, basically, and then you go to Jefferson County, you can go to Dodge County, Washington County, you can go all over the joint. That is our buddy Mikey Whitcomb. He's the guy that got me into my house. He is the guy that worked his ass off for me and got me a great deal. It came to bargaining, trying to get me. There's a fine line between getting you the best price and not losing the house. And he did both, and it was awesome. So great experience, very honest, straight shooting guy. That's my buddy Mikey. 414-243-1976. 414-243-1976. If you're looking for a home or looking to sell a home, that's the guy to call.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
I think this weekend might be the weekend. I'm trying to look ahead at the weather to see what the weather's going to be like next week, but I think this might be it. I might have to put the boat back in storage. Not a fan of it, but if I do, I'm going to give my buddy Todd over there at Skipper Bud's a call in Pewaukee. Whether it's boat sales, service, storage, you name it, they can do it. They can shrink wrap it for you, winterize the thing, inside storage, outside storage. They got it all, and at a really reasonable price, and they take care of it. So when you call them up in the in the summertime and you say, hey, I'd like to get the boat back, they make sure the battery's ready to go. They make sure the boat starts. They make sure everything's cleaned up, as far as the engine stuff goes. And then they get it back to you. Then you uncover it, you wipe it down a little bit, and boom, you're off and running. All you got to do is turn the key and it starts right up and you go. So our friends at Skipper Buds, they do it right. Boat sales, service, storage, right there in Pewaukee. Call Todd, 262-544-1200, 262-544-1200. That's our friends at Skipper Buds. The discussion with Matt LaFleur, a couple of things caught my ear. One is he doesn't have specifics when it comes to the defense. Well, that's the NFL. No, it's not. I get it. Week in and week out, it's a very tough task, okay? Even the greatest of the greatest teams have a down week. Whether they win or lose, they can have a down week. I understand all of that. Sometimes you just get a matchup that just doesn't work for you. I'm not criticizing the head coach. I'm just merely saying no. You can say that's the NFL, but your defense, specifically your run defense, has been consistently poor. Okay? The bounce back game and all the other stuff, whatever you want to label it, it's been poor. So there has to be more answers. There has to be, I'm not asking for the game plan. It's not what I'm asking for. There has to be more specific. Okay. I know you don't want to point the finger. I know you don't want to get into all of that. And you talk to guys behind closed doors and in meetings, and everybody knows that. But at some point, you got to say, and pound the fist on the desk and say, this crap is unacceptable. I'm not going to stand for this much more. And put everybody on notice, both privately and publicly, and we all know who you're talking about. Okay. Now you can get specific and you can say, hey, on this particular call, we had the guys in the right place at the right time. That's backing up your guy. Say, look, players need to make plays. Then you can also say, well, coach, what about your defense and the bounce back? Well, that's the NFL. We're going to play better. My ass. Okay. What you need to say is, you know what? Philosophically, we weren't getting it done against the run. We're not getting it done. We have to figure out a way to put more guys in position to make plays, and we got to get guys accustomed and a will to tackle, to bust through. Oh, coach, by the way, did you see Jair Alexander running down the sideline? Embarrassingly bad. Like, was he a football player or was he auditioning for the Fred Astaire dance studio? I mean, it was terrible. Didn't want to stick his head in there, didn't want to stick his nose in there, didn't want to make a tackle, didn't want to help his teammates, none of that. So some of these things, that's the NFL. No, it's not. That's your team. That's your team. For everybody, all the touting that's going on about how much talent they have, no, it's not. That's your team. Got some other things to get into. Stay tuned. Also, coming up next, from yesterday, it's exactly what I wanted to hear. David Bakhtiari's words. Next on the Bill Michaels Show. Love it. You're going to want to hear it. I love it.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
While the Milwaukee Brewers are closing in on its fourth NL Central title following an 8-2 win in St. Louis last night, the Brewers jumped all over the Cardinals early. Josh Donaldson drilled a 3-run homer. Tyrone Taylor would deliver a solo shot. Mark Canha blew the game wide open with a 3-run double, and Andrew Monasterio and William Contreras each had 2 hits and a run scored, while starting pitcher Adrian Hauser went 6 innings, allowing 1 run on 4 hits while striking out 4. The Brewers' magic number now stands at 4, and Milwaukee and St. Louis will finish off their series this afternoon. To the NFL, after missing the game against the Atlanta Falcons at Mercedes-Benz Stadiums, many thought that Green Bay Packers offensive lineman David Bakhtiari was sitting out because of having to play on artificial turf. He said that's not the case, and he's frustrated that his knee issues have cropped up again.
No, that was not the reason at all. If it was going to be, it'd be something. We'd definitely be something different, but no, I mean, I clearly have an injury I've been dealing with.
Now, not participating in practice yesterday was David Bakhtiari, Elton Jenkins, Aaron Jones. Christian Watson was back on the practice field, though, as a limited participant. The Packers home opener Sunday against the Saints at noon.
LaUna stands for the Laborers International Union of North America, a skilled and experienced union with the skills and safety training to be your workforce solution for the Wisconsin construction industry. LaUna Wisconsin members build infrastructure like roads, bridges, and skyscrapers, as well as solar and wind farms and even pipelines. LaUna has a long and storied history as they celebrate 120 years as a union. Feel the power of a career as a member of LaUna. Learn more at LaUnaWisconsin.org.
The Badgers are opening up their Big Ten play tomorrow night against Purdue down in West Lafayette. Now, Wisconsin's looking to move to 3-1 on the year as they take on the Boilermakers, who they've won 16 straight games against dating back to 2003. Kickoff Friday night is at 6 o'clock. For the Wisconsin Sports Zone Network, I'm Ebo.
It's a great day in the neighborhood today, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Great day. Why? Because we're loaded today. Got Sam Monson coming up here at the bottom of the hour. About an hour from now, we got Paul Charch with some fantasy football. 2 hours from now, we're going to go to Chicago. By the way, speaking of Chicago, the general manager, Brian Poles, today started out his presser by saying, well, we've got some adversity. That's like saying Abraham Lincoln after the theater had a headache. It's just like, come on, man. Well, we've got a little adversity here going on right now. We got a defensive coordinator that had to resign because of health reasons. We got a quarterback that kind of tosses coaching staff under the bus inadvertently. He didn't mean to. He's not directly pointing the finger, but he wants to play backyard football. We got a team that can't win. We got a fan base that hates us. It's just it's a dumpster fire. It really is. And oh, by the way, throw in the mess that we still play in a toilet bowl. We've got the adversity going on regarding moving over to Arlington. That's just so, the White Sox suck. What else do you want? You start rolling through all of that. So
that quote reminded me of Bill Murray, where it's Groundhog Day.
Right.
Again.
Right.
Nothing new.
We got a little adversity here today. As he's eating an Egg McMuffin or something. It is what it is. So we'll get into that. Brad Biggs is going to join us coming up a little bit later on in the show today as well. So we're loaded. If by chance you are going to lose this due to Brewers baseball today, you need to do this right now. Okay. Pick up your mobile device or your pad, or find us via, some of the other avenues. If you're on a desktop, you can always just simply go to thebillmichaels.com and click on listen live. You can do that, but download the app. Download that app. It's got a little Capitol building on it. It's got the AM and the FM signals, and it says the zone. There's the big zone across it. The Zone Madison, the Zone, Z-O-N-E, as in zebra, Z-O-N-E, Zone Madison. Download that, or watch us over on YouTube, which is a terrific way to listen to the program, watch the program, all that kind of good stuff. You can find us there. Go to youtube.com/Bill Michaels, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-S, Bill Michaels Show. You can find us on the Facebook fan page. You can find us on Instagram. I got a nice note from our friends at Potawatomi Hotel Casino that said, love seeing the show on LinkedIn yesterday. We are now on LinkedIn. Who knew? Didn't know. But we're on LinkedIn now. We're on Twitch TV, Kick TV, the link over on Twitter. Holy crap, we're everywhere. We're like the wind. Speaking of that, David Bakhtiari, with all of the speculation, and some of it, I should say, kind of pointed. I kept saying it's hypothetical. We don't know, but we were hoping that he would come out yesterday when we were wrapping up the program. I said, I wanted to hear him say emphatically, damn it, I'm not going to leave my guys. I wouldn't do that. I would never take off. The knee was genuinely aching. I just wanted to take care of it for the remainder of the season. Damn it. I'm a Packer. I'm here for my guy, blah, 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 blah. Yesterday, David Bakhtiari, it was kudos to Mike Clemens. Mike got him coming out of the locker room of the shower or something. I don't know what it was. And then Mike got him first and everybody else started to crowd around. But Mike got him and said, hey, you got a couple minutes? Can we address some of this stuff? And David said, abso-freaking-lutely. This is David Bakhtiari yesterday, and I'm going to play the whole damn thing. Chatting with the media, here's what he had to say.
When did you know you weren't going to be able to go last week? Leading up to it. Had an idea because obviously something definitely was going on in my knee. And then, like I said, we're going to be pretty much day of the game. And we just knew that it just wasn't working.
You played really well week one. At what point after that did you determine that there was swelling? That's something that's wrong with me? There's only so much I want to unveil to people. I do think there's a competitive advantage. I've said that over the past, with health and history, but clearly there was something that started going on that we were monitoring, and then we were going to give up until the game time to see if it was feasible. And yeah, that's about as much as I want to say. Is the timeline something that you can say? Because the surprising part was how well you played. You got through the entire game. Was it during the game you felt something? After the game you felt something?
I'm going to be honest. I've broken things in the middle of the game. I don't even know. A lot of guys, you usually feel terrible on Monday night, Tuesday. So you don't really know what you did in the game until that point, unless obviously there's certain things you'll feel right in the moment that are, it's a collision sport. But I can't say I recalled much. I knew maybe a little bit of something, but nothing can pinpoint to a play or a movement or anything like that.
So Sunday morning, I saw you walk on the field before the game,
And
I did?
Yeah. You're down there talking to Luke Butkus pregame.
Oh, yeah.
Before the game.
Yeah.
And you look frustrated. I think I know you. You look pretty frustrated. But you've done this interview on the radio earlier in the week where you talked about your frustrations with turf after Aaron's injury. And then your brother tweeted out something Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
So that's started a thing, if you're not aware, that people thought maybe you were making a statement, I'm not going to play on turf today.
Yeah. If I wasn't going to play on turf, I'd probably make more of a ruckus. My brother loves drama, and he told me he was going to do it. I'm like, go right ahead. I don't give a like. I don't care what you do. It's your social media. And no, that was not the reason at all. I would, if it was going to be, it'd be something, it would definitely be something different. But no, I mean, I clearly have an injury I've been dealing with. And I think that like a lot of just journalism, I think anyone here that did run with the story, Bob, I don't know if you did or didn't. Well, anyone who did should definitely make sure to right wrongs. Because if you don't, then is that really journalism? If it's only just a hot topic or the lowest hanging fruit? That's a question for all you guys.
Yeah, because I just said about an hour ago.
So I didn't allude to you. I just was using you as an
example. You were 100% right. If someone wrote that.
Yeah, so that's the part for me, I guess, that kind of got me fired up. I was like, that's bullshit. I'm like, I'll talk to him on Wednesday, but to have all of that and then to put, Matt in that bind, I'm like, it's about the game. So for me, I guess we can walk through stuff after the game. You guys we've been what? This is 11th year. How many injured people do you talk to after games?
0.
Low, right? So that it's about the football game. It's about the Packers. I don't give a shit about me. It's about them. So let's focus on them. And then Monday, how many times y'all catch me? Only when I have to walk in here and have to change, I'm like, damn. But Wednesdays, I'm going to be always open and available. And at times when we have like a lot of like, hey, we got to be smart for the week, I'm going to make sure to very limitedly come by. But I still like to respect you guys and have your guys' job and give you guys time. So I don't appreciate the assumptions and then putting people in boxes and making people like, Matt, for one, I feel for him because he's a head coach. He's got a football game. It's about the Atlanta Falcons last week and it's about the Saints this week. Y'all got a question with me, come talk to me. I'd like to think I'm pretty open. I mean, I can be somewhat of a dick sometimes, Bob, but like other than that, like I'll still shoot you straight. I'll tell you guys what it is. So that's the part that I got a bone to pick. Not with one person that I know of, but just the collective that it was weighing on me about with that. So that's my piece on that.
And I got to think also this. My take is also this. He might have a statement about turf, but you're telling me he's going to put his teammates.
No, I don't think that's right. Like, again, there'll come a point where turf will be something that I know I'd be like, damn, Dave, like, I'm glad he was one of you guys spoke about it. And like, this is something we don't have to deal with anymore. Right. It's if the game's already violent enough. All I'm saying is don't add more to it. Like, I'm not saying you're going to cure all injuries. No, we collide against each other and smash against each other. There are certain injuries that are just going to happen, period. Like, you don't have to be a doctor to know that. And we all know what we sign up for when we play this game. I'm just saying, can you we want to talk about, make the game safer. You want your kids to play. Probably be a little bit smarter with them. If you're already going to sign them up to go smash their bodies into oblivion, probably don't want to do it on hard surfaces. You want to make it a little bit easier. That's it. That's all I'm saying from my vantage point. And I want to say it for all the young guys, because they're going to be the ones to see it. I'm in my 11th year. I know I'm not going to be the next year for the next CBA. So it's just kind of getting them from that point. But I would never leave them hang out to dry. Like, I signed up to play. I'm planning on playing. And when I can play, I'm going to play. So clearly, if I'm not playing, there's something going on. And it hasn't been it's not like it's been a secret. It's been something I've been battling with, and it's been weighing on me a lot. You think I don't want to play? You think I want to be a great football player and then just disappear? No. I appreciate Goody. We've had plenty of talks. He's been amazing with me, and being even able to vent to him about it. And it's just been extremely stressful. But this is the human side. I've just been sitting here quietly, just like, whatever it is, it's going to be it. And I just have to just take it for what it is.
So I think Mike's point was that it was very much a fan-driven narrative. I think that, right? I don't want to speak for Mike, but it was that just kind of went goofy.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, it's when you guys, when I mean you guys, I'm and gals, when I group you all into one, when you take a narrative and actually you create validity speaking on it. You create validity perpetuating it. And I think we all know, y'all know me. you can come ask me. I'll tell you. You don't think I'm scared to say I didn't want to play because of turf? Like, if I really felt like that, I'd really probably just say that.
I think a lot of it stemmed from when we asked you last week that you said you didn't think it was a conversation that was appropriate.
Yeah, I said it wasn't appropriate.
You said all the things
because it's not appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate at all to say that I would not play in a game because of turf. Hence, because it is not appropriate to leave all my teammates out there and not play. So it's not an appropriate question to even entertain. So there's two completely ways you can go with it. I guess the fact that I have to like explain it, that was the side I was meaning. That let's not even go ahead and even bring that into a faction, because it's not even, there's no way I would even think like that. I wish we didn't have turf, but we did.
So I think there's a lot of people that would have admired you if that had been your stance.
Yeah, I mean, valiant, sure. I guess I'm just definitely don't have enough balls for that one.
So if your knee's good, you're playing on turf.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah.
Dave, you mentioned the human side of it. It seemed like you thought you were past this. You kind of touched on it. Like, how pissed are you that you have to deal with this?
I appreciate you being candid, saying pissed. No, I mean, I've referenced sometimes you get I get like a sports car getting stuck in second gear. I can't get out and get going. I can't control it. I just have to sit here and just accept what my role is. And whenever I'm called upon, I'm ready and operating and able to go. And till then, it's making sure everything else from my physical to my mental side is prepared to play, which I think is kind of awesome. I would love to pull back the curtain even further to even tell people what it's like to sit on a bike for 2 weeks and then go out and play football. Like that was wild to me, but I'm like, I feel confident I can do it. So it's just, I don't know. I would love to put this in the rearview mirror, but maybe it's just something that I have to deal with till something else, I don't know, intervention comes in that can eradicate it, because it's been a perpetuating annoyance that I've had to shoulder now since 2021.
You've been doing this for a long time. When you have a week like last week where you feel like you might have this under control and then you miss the game, do you have to go back to the drawing board at all with your maintenance, or just keep going?
I think there's a lot of things that do work. I think it's just tweaking and fine tuning, being on the same page with Doc and the training room and with the coaches to make sure that are we doing everything we can to make me available on Sunday.
How do you stay so mentally resilient? What do you do?
I appreciate you think I'm mentally resilient. I think there's, maybe my wife might say it otherwise. You got to be a pro. I've just seen a lot of pros in here, seen what they've gone through and learn how to compartmentalize. I know that trying to complain or woe is me doesn't really get the job done. Just work gets work done. As much as I think, the upcoming generation would love the other way, but that's old school. And some people older than others, Bob, know that, a lot of old, maybe the greatest, but it's hasn't been easy. Definitely been at low points, but I just try to stay positive. And I will say and this is just the personal side. The most refreshing thing is seeing my daughter's face and the no judgment happiness, just saliva everywhere on her mouth, just drooling. I'm like, she loves me. Doesn't even matter what I did today. Doesn't matter how shitty I feel. And that has been, it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good on my mental.
Dave, how do you feel today compared to, say, Sunday when you weren't able to go?
Physically?
Yeah, now.
Doing better, but we're just going to take it one day at a time. I hate to say it, day to day. What you guys hate hearing.
How the hell could you play a Sunday, Thursday? That's ridiculous to begin with, but then the possibility of a short week.
I would never rule that out. I think when I really mean it's day to day, it's whatever type of control you even think that you have an idea on it, it literally has mine itself. So, this could be the only game I even miss. I don't know. I'm just making sure that I check my boxes, I'm able and ready, and then when it is, great. And we go out and play. It's I don't know. Maybe when I'm retired, I can give you guys the full detail, but there's only so much I feel I can give without giving up a competitive advantage.
Without getting into specifics for the competitive advantage, how common is it for you to feel something during a game and just play through it?
Just with this or just in injuries in general? I don't know. I mean, I like to think it's probably normalized, like my life. So, I don't know. Someone asked me, like, I don't know, maybe I am in constant pain. I have no idea. I've just kind of have to just get on. You have to keep going. So I don't know.
How does it feel when it flares up? Like, is it sharp pain? Is it aching? Like, what's the feeling?
I mean, debilitating enough to not play in a football game, I think that's the proper answer. I think if I could, or if it's just something but not enough, I mean, I would suit up and go play. I don't, like I said, there's, when it comes to like my career and everything, like, you think with what I've done, I want to not play? I think anyone that alludes to that, I think that's funny. But like for me, like it's pretty devastating. I think every game that goes by, so I'm not getting any younger. And you know what I want for my own personal self, as along with what I want to give to this franchise, like it's tough. So
when you were in Chicago, playing in Chicago, was this bothering you at all then, or was it something that just happened after the game last week?
I think there's just a certain amount of like, I don't know, when my knee hits its limit, it hits its limit, so to speak.
I want to make sure I word this correctly. I'm not trying to say that turf's the only reason, but like in Detroit last year, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the knee wasn't 100% and they just wanted to be safe. Like, I'm not saying turf is the reason you don't play, but does it?
You're talking about last year when I
Yes.
like didn't play the second half and then I went in?
Correct.
I went in already with it affected.
Okay.
And then I tried to play enough. And then it was like, look, guys, it's at its limit.
Okay.
Like I'm putting myself and my teammates at risk if I can even continue trying doing this thing. And that's, we talk about in the game, I don't really feel much, like, so that's in that moment. So you can imagine what Tuesday, Wednesday looks like. And then I was just trying to be available, be ready. And I just was on the bike, constantly moving around. I'm looking, I'm like, hey, we got this 2-minute drive. This is a big point. I'm like, I think I got like enough movement in it to get it going. Like, let's go and rip it. So that was how that game unfolded.
So, because what I was going to ask was, so this is strictly a physical thing. Like, let's say hypothetically your knee is at 70% going into game, but 70% for you.
If I can play, I'm going to play. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter the
So
surface.
there's nothing from anyone upstairs to say, yeah, if you're 70%, if it's turf, maybe we should be a little cautious here. It has nothing to do with anything.
I haven't had those conversations.
Okay.
David, part of the recovery for a lot of people for any injury is you got trusted again, whatever it's knee. When you play, do you trust it, or is every game?
Yeah, I haven't had a problem. They tried to put me in a brace, and I was like, that. I'm like, I'd rather break it again than wear that stupid clunky thing. Like I don't know how Brian does it. I don't know how center. I mean, I guess centers, they don't have to move that much, but for how my body works, it needs to have the angles, and it takes it away. And also, I feel like, those knee braces only serve to protect blunt trauma more to the MCL and LCL. Not really. You're going to tear your ACL regardless in that thing. So I'm like, and again, my ACL has never been an issue. I don't have a problem with that thing. So yeah, I've been trusting it since even probably when I shouldn't be.
So you don't have to.
There you go. That's David Bakhtiari talking to the media, and that's exactly what you wanted to hear. I'm not leaving my guys hanging out there. He's not phony about it. He's not, kind of just blowing smoke to say it. He's very honest, and that's exactly what I wanted to hear. And this whole discussion, question, whatever, is now put to bed. Done. Good stuff from David Bakhtiari yesterday, and great job by Mike Clemens for grabbing him and kind of being able to, say, hey, let's talk for a couple of minutes about all of this. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. You want to hit us up, feel free. Don't forget our friends over there at Robert's Specialty Meats. If you're going to be out grilling over the weekend, maybe doing a little tailgating, maybe you're getting ready to head up to Lambeau, and you're thinking, man, I'd love to take some of those ribs on a stick, or some of those Al Capone sausages, or maybe an Al Capone roast, or the garlic Parmesan chicken skewers. How about the bacon-wrapped, cream cheese-filled jalapenos? You just throw them on the grill. That bacon grease gets in there, fires them up, crisps them up. Those things are grubbable. Oh, so good. Robert's Specialty Meats Waukesha. They do it all. Robert's Specialty Meats Waukesha on Sunset Drive in Waukesha. Robert's Specialty Meats Waukesha.com. Check it out.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Saying thanks to our friends, our good friends, Point Brewing. They got Oktoberfest going on up there right now. Good stuff. Whether it's their special Oktoberfest beer or the lagers, still some of the summer flavors still floating around out there. Good stuff from our friends at Point Brewing. Point Brewing, Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Brewing excellence since 1857. Coming up here in about 5 minutes, Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, is going to be joining us. We'll talk with him about first couple weeks of the season. And we'll talk to him about what he sees out of this Packers team, out of Jordan Love, the advancement. You know, when you start looking at quarterbacks throughout the National Football League, you think to yourself, okay, how good is ours? Where does he stack up? And right now, completion percentage, not good. Touchdowns, the interception ratio, spectacular. The most touchdowns in the National Football League. Running the offense, I think it's been maybe better than expected. Might be a good term. But also, I would look at Jordan Love as he had a pretty good game in Chicago. That's the game you prepare for throughout camp. That's the one that all your plays are scripted. Everything's right there. And then you've got a short week to get ready for Atlanta and what they offer. And now you're going to get tested because you've got obviously a good defense coming into town, even though they're missing their safety due to suspension. But you've got a good defense coming to town, and then you back it right up with a quick stint on a Thursday night game against Detroit. Now, the benefit for the Packers is they're at home for both. So you're not leaving, you're not traveling, you're not, kind of adjusting yourself that way. But these next two games are really going to tell you something. Remember when I said you don't need 7, 8, 9, 10 games to figure out what Jordan Love is? You need 3 or 4. I think over the next 3 games, you're going to find out kind of what Jordan Love is. Now, can he get better and be mentally more strong? Yes, because he's going to see more things and there's going to be more things thrown at him. But you're going to be able to see, can he deliver a football? Can he go downfield? You want to get Christian Watson back. Can he begin to connect on the deep ball? Can he give you the intermediate throws on the consistent? Can he bring you back? We already saw a fourth quarter failure. Not just on him, I think, in numerous areas, but we've already seen a fourth quarter failure, right? Where there was nothing. You needed to eat some time off the clock. You needed to put some points on the board, and you went 10 and out. 3 and out, 3 and out, 4 and out. That's it. Boom. Nothing. Total 7 yards. Total net yards, 7 yards. 10 plays. It's terrible. Completion percentage right now, well below 55%. I mean, you need 62, 63 if you're going to be right there in your first year of being competitive, right? So there's a lot of things you're going to find out over the next, next 3, 4 games about Jordan Love specifically. And teams are now looking for what Jordan Love can do. First game, Bears kind of came after him a little bit. He made a couple of plays, looked pretty good. Aaron Jones ran really, really well. There was a good balance of run pass there. Okay. Second game, no Aaron Jones. Now we're going to come after Jordan Love. We're going to make him think. We're going to make him look. We're going to try to throw him off his game. He looked okay first 3 quarters. After that, not so good, right? So now you're going to see what a really good defense is going to bring. So I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, is going to join us when we come back. I'm looking forward to this because we're going to talk about a lot of the NFL stuff. And this portion of the program brought to you by our friends at Cunis RV, Cunis Automotive. They've got trucks, shopcunis.com, S-H-O-P, Shop Cunis, K-U-N-E-S, shopcunis.com. And the RV dealerships are all over the state of Wisconsin. They are the fastest growing and the number 1 RV dealership in the state of Wisconsin. Plus the automobiles, Madison, Stoughton, Barneveld, Elkhorn, Lake Geneva, Platteville, and now in Milwaukee. They've got a couple of dealerships now in Milwaukee as well, so they continue to grow. That's Cunis, S-H-O-P, Shop Cunis, K-U-N-E-S.com.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Okay, for all my grilled cheese lovers, French toast fanatics, and sandwich artists out there, I've got some inspiration for you. Right now, only a quick trip, straight from our very own bakery, loaves of Quickery white bread, on sale for just 99 cents. Oh, seriously, talk about the ultimate canvas for culinary creativity. Toasted to perfection, grilled golden brown, they're just straight out of the bag, and PB&J's like Mama used to make. Get into Quick Trip and get working on your next masterpiece. Quick Trip, we got you covered.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Bill Michaels Show. We continue on enjoying this Thursday. Kind of a warm Thursday, actually. A little bit humid, too. It's a little bit warmer than our normal. So I'm loving it. Loving life at this point. Let's do this. Bring in Sam Monson, Pro Football Focus, joining us on the hotline. And Sam, first of all, thanks for taking some time out, man. We certainly appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
So give me your assessment. Green Bay Packers sitting here at 1-1 in the season. Jordan Love, he has got 6 touchdowns, no picks, but a completion percentage that's extremely low. Give me your thoughts as to what you see so far in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I've been impressed by the Packers overall. I think it's a pretty good team on both sides of the ball, and with room to get better. The big question for them, obviously, was always going to be Jordan Love, and what does he look like? Can he be the next guy in this crazy line of succession after Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers? But there was a big spectrum between can he be the next Hall of Famer and let's start with can he just be viable? Is this going to work at all, or do we need to go in a different direction? I think he's already shown he's absolutely viable. He's capable of being a solid starting quarterback. He's capable of leading this offense and being successful. And then it's a case of how good can he be and how good can he get if he develops a little bit and improves and knocks off some of the rough edges to his play, which I think are there, even though, some of those numbers, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions, maybe flatter his performance a little bit in the first couple of weeks.
I started looking at a lot of the rankings and a lot of the grades for coming out of Pro Football Focus, and the offensive line has been pretty steady. But the run game is still a little bit of a work in progress. Obviously, without Aaron Jones, it's something that they need to, kind of exacerbate a little bit and get better. But you tell me about the receiving core that he has. Has he had many drops? Has he had good looks? Is he getting help out of the backfield? All in all, is the offense operating proficiently?
Yeah, I think it is. That group, the receiving core is very interesting because it's so incredibly young. But that doesn't mean that they're bad. And I think actually across the board, it's a really good receiving group. I think they've got 2 drops as a unit. Every receiver combined, they've added up to just 2 drops. They're doing a good job. Now, there's more to life in terms of being a good receiver than dropping the ball. You've got to get open. You've got to run routes in the right way, which means, you can fool the quarterback or you can lose when it comes to contact at the top of the stem, and all of a sudden the quarterback puts the ball somewhere where he thought you were going to be, but it turns out there's now a defender there, and you sort of fool the quarterback into a bad decision. And there was one of those, I think, in the last game against Atlanta. Jordan Love threw the ball basically straight to A.J. Terrell. I think it was a bad pass anyway, but it was made to look worse by Malik Heath running the route the way he did and getting kind of bossed at the catch point. But, Malik Heath is somebody that's supposed to be quite low in that depth chart. The group ahead of him, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, I thought looked good. Luke Musgrave is a really talented player, and they haven't even gotten Christian Watson back on the field yet. It's crazy young. It's crazy inexperienced, but I think it's a good group of receivers he has to work with.
Let me ask you about the rest of the division. Obviously, there is a dumpster fire going on down in Chicago, and we're not quite sure of all the details as of just yet. And clearly, the quarterback isn't comfortable in Luke Getsy's offense and such. You've got Detroit very quietly sitting at 1-1, and then there is what I am somewhat surprised by, the lack of productivity out of that offense when it comes to Minnesota as well. Give me your synopsis of the division.
Obviously Chicago is an absolute mess right now. And the big concerning thing for them is that Fields seems to be going in the wrong direction and not developing after they basically took the gamble that he was going to be the guy and let's try and build around him this year. So really concerning for Chicago's point of view. I think they're headed in a bad direction quickly. The Lions, I think, are a good team. Maybe we don't quite know yet how good they can be, but I think they will be the team to beat within the division, the team that if Green Bay wants the division, that's who they got to get ahead of and stay ahead of. And then the Vikings, I think their offense is good. I think their offense is going to put up points. It's going to have success moving the ball, but their defense is in rough shape. There's just not enough talent there. And Brian Flores is trying to do what he can in terms of scheme and blitzing, and they have the highest blitz rate in the league, and they're running these 3 safety formations on defense. But there's just not enough good playmakers there for them to help out on that side of the ball.
The rest of the NFC now, are the Dallas Cowboys with that incredible defense, is that the team to beat?
Yeah, probably. I think Dallas, it's the teams we thought it would be heading into the season in terms of San Francisco, Philadelphia. I think will still be there, even if they've not looked themselves in the first couple of weeks. But Dallas has absolutely put themselves into that category and maybe the best of the 3 as of right now.
Then there's Philadelphia, and I like what Philadelphia's done. Obviously, they've got some injuries that they're going to have to deal with, but nothing jumps off the page. And right now, Jalen Hurts is not the same guy that we saw, guiding his team, being almost the MVP of the Super Bowl. They've kind of got off to a rather slow start, even though they're winning ball games. Give me your thoughts there on Philadelphia.
Yeah, it hasn't looked quite right yet. And it really isn't the personnel on that side of the ball. They've had a lot of turnover in the offseason, but most of that was on defense and the succession plans that they put in place to try and seamlessly move away from some of the talent that had been big parts of that Super Bowl team. Offense, it's largely the same group of players. Obviously, the backfield is different, and the offensive line has changed up a little bit, but is still bringing back most of their starters. It just hasn't clicked yet. I wonder if part of that is how much of a blow losing both coordinators was in the offseason, and simply changing the coach at that point could be a big disrupting factor for that team, and maybe might take them a little bit of time to get back to where they were. But I think overall, the fact that they're able to win these games, despite not being anywhere near where we know they can get to, I think is probably an encouraging sign for them.
When you look at the AFC side of things, boy, that's kind of like different than what we thought. I mean, obviously with, the Kansas City Chiefs being the defending champions, they got off to a little bit of a slow start against the Lions, but they bounced back. But you don't have right now the Jets certainly have fallen off because of Aaron Rodgers' injury. Josh Allen has not looked great. Tua's looked fantastic. I mean, if you talk about early season MVPs, you could say Tua or Tyreek Hill, either one of those guys, and Micah Parsons. So the Dolphins look for real. Give me your thoughts in the AFC, though.
Yeah, it's not been the dominant conference that we expected it to be heading into the season. I think the AFC is like 0-6 or something against the NFC so far. Now, it's not that simple. You look at the specifics involved in those teams. The AFC, I think, is probably still going to be the stronger conference, but it might not be quite as ridiculous as it looked heading into the season. There's a lot of teams in that AFC that don't look like they are elite or just a juggernaut, or would win the NFC if they were put into the other conference. So yeah, I think maybe it is actually going to be a lot less even, and there'll be a lot less parity this season than we expected it to be, and it will look a lot more like the league used to look, where there's 3 or 4 elite teams in each conference, and everybody else is actually a reasonable distance behind.
Out of the 0-2 teams, I get Cincinnati. They lost their opener, and then obviously losing Joe Burrow. And I didn't think they would beat the Cleveland Browns to begin with. And then obviously what I saw last year out of them in the postseason, had Lamar Jackson been with that Baltimore Ravens team in the postseason at Paycor, I think the Ravens might have won that game. So it doesn't surprise me that the Bengals started off 0-2, but you've got the Bengals that are 0-2. The other surprise team to me is the Chargers at 0-2. Look, we don't know what's going on with Joe Burrow just as of yet, if he's going to play or not, but what's happened to the Chargers with all their expectations?
It's the same story. Their defense is still just not able to stop anybody. I think the offensive changes have actually been successful. Justin Herbert looks good. His average depth of target is much deeper downfield. He's looking more aggressive, and he's doing it without putting the ball in harm's way. He's still got the lowest turnover-worthy play rate that you're going to see from any high-level quarterback. So I think that side of the ball is fine. It's in good shape. They lost a bit with Austin Eckler not being in the lineup last week, but there's not a whole lot they could do about that. The problem is the defensive side of the ball. Again, Brandon Staley has been completely unable to turn around this defense and to get them playing any kind of capable football, which is so strange given the scheme that he came over from and how good that defense was with the Rams when he was the coach there. But until that happens, they're in a battle every week because they're going to have to put up 30, 35 points just to win the game.
Before I let you go, real quick, we've got obviously predictions way too early here, but give me your thoughts on, you talked about San Francisco, we talked about Dallas, we talked about Philadelphia. Dallas looks, because of that defensive juggernaut, I think at this point the close second might be more so Brock Purdy and company in San Francisco. Does San Francisco, one, defensively look as strong as they did last year, and two, Brock Purdy has yet to lose a regular season game. So, do you look down the schedule and say, oh, that's the one for sure that he's going to end up losing?
Yeah, they're good. I was a little bit wary about San Francisco this year. I thought that roster had some cracks in it on paper that weren't necessarily there a year ago, but they've looked spectacular through the first couple of weeks. And, weaknesses haven't made a difference. I mean, TJ Watt destroyed their right tackle, Colton McKivitz, in the first week, and it didn't matter. They still rolled and had tons of points and tons of success on offense. And, Brock Purdy is an interesting quarterback because he's not great. He isn't this second coming of Tom Brady that people were talking about after a few games because his numbers are so crazy. But his strengths line up perfectly with where this Kyle Shanahan offense and the 49ers playmakers, if they ever fall down, Brock Purdy is the perfect quarterback to pick them back up again. He makes some plays outside of structure and, extending the play late in the down, finding somewhere to go with the football. So if the offense ever runs out of answers, that's when Brock Purdy comes up with the answer. And then on top of that, he's just very good at, taking advantage of the fact that they have an incredible array of skill position players, and Kyle Shanahan might be the best coordinator coach in the NFL at scheming up open receivers. So you put those two things together, and that's how you end up with this incredible productivity and win rate. The fact that he isn't losing any of these games.
Good stuff as always. We certainly appreciate it, and Sam will check back with you all throughout the season. Okay.
Sounds good. Take it easy.
Awesome stuff, man. Appreciate it. There you go. Sam Monson of Pro Football Focus. You can find him at PFF_Sam at PFF_Sam. There you go. Good stuff for kind of a good look around the National Football League. Don't forget, coming up at the top of the hour, get your fantasy football questions in. The Charch is going to be here. Paul Charchian is going to join us. So get your fantasy football questions in now. Start hitting us up, whether it's on the live stream. Email us, thebillmichaels@gmail.com, thebillmichaels@gmail.com. You can also find us over on X, Twitter. You can find us there as well and start sending us your questions, and we'll try to get a look at as many of them as we possibly can coming up here in just a short period of time. Stick around. We got a whole lot more of the Bill Michaels Show coming up. Don't forget, if you're going to be heading out this weekend and maybe you're looking for a different type of place to go to check out the Packers and the Saints, that's our friends at Northern Lights Event Venue. And they wanted me to remind you that coming up during the holiday season, they still have a few dates, not many, but a few dates available. So if you're a business, say under 100 people, or you want to bring under 100 people, say to a dinner, some kind of a gathering, a team building event, something of that facet, you can during the holidays. They're taking reservations right now. NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. It's right on the Milwaukee River. Really cool spot. Again, NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. That's NorthernLightsEventVenue.com. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month for a window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details, offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Good to have you back. Bill Michaels Show. On his Thursday edition, coming up after the top of the hour, our guy Paul Charchian is going to be here. We'll talk with the Charch and get your fantasy football questions in. Let's get back to the phone calls. Talk to Dwayne listening to us in Oshkosh. Dwayne, welcome to the program, man. How you doing?
Hey, buddy. I got a laundry list for you.
Okay.
Here we go.
Shoot.
Deep ball. No deep ball. Well, I would say that's a 50-50 because it's resulted in at least 3 pass interference penalties on those deep balls. So that is for the deep ball. They weren't completed because the other guys decided to tackle our receivers.
Okay.
No running game. Absolutely. I don't know what happened to A.J. Dillon. I have not a clue. I hope the Wilson kid gets in there if Jonesy can. But Jonesy's not just the run game. He's also the pass game. And speaking of the pass game, you don't just lose a deep ball with Christian Watson. You lose all the crossing patterns that he can take. You lose the jet sweeps. And you lose defenses going, oh, my gosh, he's out there. He's out there. We got to watch that. As far as David Bakhtiari, I think Lombardi would have loved that kid. And I think he's got a big-time career coming ahead with the wonderful world of radio, TV, whatever. Which brings me to my last subject, Bill. Basically, for the print and the online and the sports talkers and the TV guys, do your job a little bit better. Stop playing this speculation game. Listen to what's being said. I could not believe the idiocy I heard from some reporters. Oh, is this this? Oh, is it that? Oh, is it this? Well, can we confirm? What more do they have to say? I mean, I was just...
Whoa. Wait a minute. They never said anything definitive. Matt LaFleur never did. He was asked about it. All he did was get upset about it. He never said anything definitive.
Upset. And one of the reasons I think he got upset is because he lost Elgin Jenkins, which everybody seemed to forget, which is another way of going, oh, my gosh, I've got no receiver. I got no running. Now I got 2 offensive linemen off. He said it's an injury. That's all he had to say. That's all it's got to be done. but then to be drawn out for the course of an entire week like some CIA conspiracy theory, which is, by the way, the organization that termed that the way back when, it was just ridiculous. It was just so, it's like, do your jobs. And I heard some big time names that were saying things. I thought, you gotta be kidding me. And they weren't even just the 4-letter network.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's the way they guys do it. Hey, hats off to Matt Arnold, because there's two names that Brewer fans have got to remember: Julio Teheran and Colin Ray. Without those kids and what they've done for this team, they wouldn't be where they are. And I think they still, unbeknownst to the rest of the league, they got the best 5 starters of anybody.
Oh, I think they got the best starting rotation. I don't doubt that at all. I appreciate the phone call. I don't doubt that they have the best starting rotation when it goes into the postseason. They certainly do. But you look at Carlos Santana, and he's contributed. I mean, hell, Donaldson contributed last night. Canna has contributed. I mean, you don't look at just the 2 guys that he brought in via pitching, all of it. I take exception with the media when you say do your job. They did their job. They were asking the questions and got shut down. I think he just wanted to let David speak for himself, and now it's put to bed. But you can't, when you're up there on a daily basis and things aren't copacetic, knowing the Red China thing, should we have done our job and just shut up when we asked Aaron Rodgers if he was, hey, did you get the vaccination? I'm immunized. He didn't want us to ask a follow-up question. Then you find out a week later, he's not. And you were yelling, do your job. Well, now they're asking the questions because fool me once, We're going to do some fantasy football next. The Charch is right around the corner. Stay tuned. A whole lot more of the Bill Michaels Show coming up right after this.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
Well, the Packers are back on the field for practice today as they continue to get ready for their home opener against the Saints on Sunday. That includes quarterback Jordan Love, who's going to be making his first start at Lambeau Field. Through 2 games, he leads the NFL in passer rating and is tied for the most touchdowns with 6. Coach Matt LaFleur says Love has played the way they thought he would, especially when it comes to how steady he's been.
I'm sure there's going to be some adversity, and there was last week. That's just the nature of this game, and it's all about how you respond. But I've been super impressed with how he's done, just in terms of leading our team, leading our offense, and the poise he's shown and command.
It'll be the Packers and Saints on Sunday at Lambeau Field. Kick is set for noon. Turning to Wisconsin, they're going to head to Purdue today. It's where they're going to open up Big Ten play tomorrow night against the Boilermakers. Badgers come into the game sitting at 2-1. Purdue is 1-2. Wisconsin's owned the series the last 2 decades, having won 16 straight, with their last loss coming 20 years ago. Kick tomorrow is slated for 6.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
They believe in protecting the families and children in our farming communities. Kids love to be included in the daily farm activities, but accidents can happen quickly. Reduce the chance of injury by making sure your farm is a safe environment for adults and kids. Learn more at ruralmutual.com.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
Well, the Brewers are closing out their series with the Cardinals this afternoon down in St. Louis. Milwaukee has taken 2 of the first 3 games, including an 8-2 win last night. It has them sitting 7 games up in the NL Central on Chicago, and their magic number to clinch division is 4. After today, they're going to head south to face the Marlins in Miami. With this Wisconsin Sports Zone Network update, I'm Zach Heil.
Welcome back. Good to hear from you. The Bill Michaels Show on this Thursday edition. And enjoying the day today in so many different facets. A little bit warmer today, humid today, like that. Might even get the motorcycle out a little bit later on today. Got some football coming up tonight. I'm looking forward to that as well. Packers coming up this weekend. Their home opener at Lambeau Field. The Bears are a complete dumpster fire at this point. You have also gone to the Lions very quietly doing their thing. The Vikings trying to bolster their run game, picking up Sam Akers. A lot of stuff tumultuously going on in the world. That is football. And to talk more fantasy side of things, our buddy Paul Charchian joining us on the hotline. Charch, how you been, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great. And the weather here in Minneapolis also glorious. I mean, this is kind of as good as it gets, right? Right now, you get a fall day. It's warm out. You mentioned a little bit of humidity in the air, which is nice. But, all the trees are starting to turn. And it's just, guys, just bottle this up, right? Give me this every day. And here's the thing, specific to golfing. This kind of weather, everybody'd run to the golf course in May, right, for a day like this.
Right.
But by the end of the golf season, everybody's like, nah, I'm not going to bother. It's like perfect golfing weather.
Right. The one thing about this time of year with golfing is unless you're right down the middle of the fairway and the leaves are starting to fall, you lose a lot of balls because it's laying under leaves. The leaves start to fall and they hide it.
Your ball is going, yes.
Right. Yeah, I'm in the woods, man. Hey, speaking of being in the woods, what killed me was Travis Kelce comes back, catches some touchdown passes. T. Higgins gets a couple as well. All of a sudden, the guys that I had to go away.
That's right.
Last week, I got so humiliated. I had to go to the Northwoods and go talk to spiritual gods to talk me off the ledge after having a historically bad start in the Guillotine League. But last week, everybody started scoring for me. I mean, I had a pretty good team together, and now they're back and they're scoring.
That's right. For other people, thank you. I want to thank you for that. Now, I didn't end up with any of your players because I don't spend money in my Guillotine League this early. I save money for later. But, whoever got T. Higgins and Joe Burrow and the rest of your good players, thank you. Appreciate your contributions to the league. What I need to do, I need to get you into a high stakes league. I need to get you $1,000 league so we can make some money on it.
Yeah, because we had a hell of a team, and my opening week pep talk went right down the crapper. So anyway, hey, there's a lot going on. Here's the one thing that I find interesting is that in an off season in which the running back is devalued and told basically you're not worth this amount of money anymore. And now you see offenses like the Giants, like Indianapolis, look at what's going on in Minneapolis. You look what happens when Aaron Jones is not on the field for the Packers. Suddenly you realize the offense really does run through the running backs a little bit, but they're all banged up at this point.
It's so bad. But it's a historically bad start for fantasy running backs between injuries and ineffectiveness. I'm just going to hit on the names so people can get a sense of the totality. Not going to talk about all these guys. Hurt, Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler, J.K. Dobbins, Jamal Williams, David Montgomery, Aaron Jones, Kenneth Gainwell, Saquon Barkley. Lousy, Josh Jacobs, Alexander Madison, Joe Mixon, Miles Sanders, Najee Harris, Khalil Herbert, Javonte Williams, Isaiah Pacheco, Damian Pierce, Antonio Gibson, Jerick McKinnon, Cam Akers, Zach Charbonnet. I could put A.J. Dillon in that too. About the only guy who's performing to expectation is Christian McCaffrey. And we need to wrap that guy in bubble wrap. And nothing can go wrong with Christian McCaffrey. Nothing, Bill. I don't even want him to come down with a very itchy case of chlamydia. Nothing can go wrong with him. That's all we've got.
Keep him away from the hookers.
Yes. Nothing can go wrong.
Wow.
We need Christian McCaffrey. That's it. So here's the thing, though. Everybody's in a panic trying to find running back help, but look at your opponent's roster. Look at the rest of the league. Everybody's struggling. You do not have to change out great wide receivers, for example, for mediocre running backs because you're feeling desperate right now. Instead, just try to stay ahead of the injuries. Try to pivot to guys that you think are going to be helped by, the opportunity to start. So that's, Josh Kelly, for the Chargers is one example. Behind Austin Eckler, a very nice matchup against Minnesota. Find other, just be ready to pivot. So instead of acting out of desperation, let's just stay on top of these opportunities for other runners.
I do have a question here, and this is in a keeper league, and they wanted to know, do you think I should be starting my second string quarterback or playing Joe Burrow consistently, first of all? And then secondly, if this is going to be an injury that lingers throughout the year, would you consider getting rid of Joe Burrow?
Yeah. So here's the problem. So Joe Burrow's got a calf injury. He plays Monday night. So Bill, by the time you need to make a decision on your quarterback on Sunday morning, we may not know if Joe Burrow's going to play. But what we do know, this calf injury appears to really affect the way that he can plant and release. And so what we're seeing is his completed passes are all just dump off stuff at and near the line of scrimmage. When he's throwing downfield, the accuracy is not there right now. And I don't have any inside information about this calf injury, but I do know it's affecting his ability to throw the ball. If he at full health, I would love this matchup. It's against a Rams team that ranks dead last in coverage by Pro Football Focus, but I don't think we're going to know about his status, and you don't want to be starting Jake Browning on, having to pivot to Jake Browning on Monday night.
Another question regarding this quarterback play, Baker Mayfield or Jordan Love this week. Who would you start?
Well, I do like Baker Mayfield because this is, and you wouldn't think against Eagles would be the time that you want to go to Baker Mayfield, right? You'd think you'd want a much better opportunity, but Mayfield's played pretty well. He's coming off a big game, granted, against Chicago, and it looks like everybody's just going to hammer Chicago in their defense, which is fair. But here's the thing. Eagles secondary is ravaged by injury right now, and there's a real opportunity to take advantage of the fact that Bradbury's out and Avonte Maddox is out. And, look at the Vikings, who just gave up on their running game entirely and just passed against the Eagles and put Kirk Cousins on a gigantic game. So I kind of like Baker Mayfield in a sneaky fashion against the Eagles in a game that they're probably trailing, and game script suggests he'll throw a lot of passes.
At this point in time, Deshaun Watson certainly not earning the money. Give me your thoughts on Deshaun Watson as a quarterback if you have him in fantasy.
Well, why isn't this more of a story nationally? I mean, I don't understand. This is the league's most reviled player, who is unjustly also the league's richest player, and he's been awful through 2 games. There are a lot of people, legitimate football people, who think he's not the best quarterback even on roster. And this, the Dorian Thompson-Robinson, based on how good he looked in the preseason, might be the better quarterback. The only quarterback with a lower completion percentage than Deshaun Watson, the highest paid player in football, is Zach Wilson. That's it. I mean, here, it's absurd that this play is so bad and nobody's talking about it. Plus, you lose Nick Chubb, right? So now your play action threat for Deshaun Watson largely just got neutralized. And here comes Tennessee. They're a weirdo defense that normally just sells out to stop the run. This could have been a great opportunity. Maybe they don't do that with Jerome Ford. Maybe they're going to play this thing a little more straight up. And they've given up 300-yard passing days in back-to-back games. Tennessee has. If Deshaun Watson can't get it done here in his most favorable matchup of this season to this point, I'd just hang it up and drop him.
So let me ask you this: when it comes to the running back position, you've got guys like Jahmyr Gibbs against Atlanta. You got David Montgomery, who is out right now. But then you get a guy, Nick Chubb goes down. Then you've got guys coming back. Kareem Hunt is coming back. Give me your thoughts on some of that running back, that juice that's flowing around out there for different matchups.
Yeah, so let's talk about Jahmyr Gibbs, right? It's 12th player taken in the draft by the Lions, and everybody's excited to see what he can do because he's got some explosiveness, some burst, acceleration. But I think this thing's going to be a little trickier than people realize. After David Montgomery left last week's game injured, Jahmyr Gibbs got 6 total touches, about half through the air. Craig Reynolds, 4 touches. That's a 60-40 split, obviously. And I think you're going to have something a lot like 50-50 in this game. I think fantasy owners are going to be very frustrated by how involved Craig Reynolds is going to be. I think they like their role with Jahmyr Gibbs, and they're not going to suddenly ask Jahmyr Gibbs to play a different role in his 3rd game. And here's part of the problem. Reynolds is a really good pass protector, and Gibbs so far hasn't been. He's had 2 pass block assignments on the year, and he allowed a pressure on one and a quarterback hit on the other. So not good for Gibbs, and I think that there's going to be way more Craig Reynolds in this game against Atlanta than people realize, and that's going to be frustrating for fantasy owners. But the opportunity is go pick up Craig Reynolds. You probably get goal line work here, and you just saw the Atlanta defense. It's good, not great. And there might be an opportunity, and that's the kind of player you need to go with. Kareem Hunt probably on the field as early as this week, but I don't expect a big role. Obviously knows the offense intimately, so his ramp-up time is a lot less. But I don't think you're going to put him in starting lineups yet.
George Kittle, I know you've got it in your notes. I've got a couple of questions about Kittle or Pitts. Paul wanted to know because Kittle's been relatively quiet as far as production goes out in San Francisco.
Yeah, this is it. I think it all changes here. It's here's why. It's against the Giants tonight. The Cardinals tight ends just went off for 88 yards against the Giants. Giants were a bottom 10 tight end defense last year in both receptions and tight end yards allowed. Brandon Ayuk is either going to miss this game or he's going to be playing hurt, so they could be funneling more passes to George Kittle. It's a nice opportunity for Kittle tonight, and so I like here. By the way, and Kyle Pitts is on paper. This is Kyle Pitts' best game coming too. At least it looks like it. But you never know with this stupid Arthur Smith offense. You can't know what in the world is coming in terms of pass production for him. Super frustrating. Atlanta's only throwing on 25% of their plays. I mean, it's unbelievable. And Jonnu Smith has been targeted more than Pitts in the red zone. So, fortunately, the Lions, again, easy matchup coming, and that might be an opportunity for him. He's my number 9 ranked tight end this week.
Adil says, should I trade Fields for Richardson at this point? Now, Richardson banged up. I don't even know if he's going to be playing this week, but I know Fields is awful.
Correct. So, here's Richardson. He played 17 snaps last week, and he ran in 2 touchdowns. He finished as a top 10 quarterback on 17 snaps. And, the Colts haven't even asked him to throw downfield yet, Bill. And, because, here he is. He's super raw rookie. So they're giving him lots of short stuff. And those short passes don't accumulate fantasy points very much. But he's so young into his career, you figure that his current 5-yard ADOT is going to turn into 7 yards, then 9 yards, maybe, 10, 11 yards over the course of the season because he's got the big arm. And now we're unlocking some gigantic upside in Anthony Richardson. Meanwhile, in Chicago, I don't have to tell your listeners because you saw it in week 1. That whole team is just completely broken right now.
Mm-hmm.
Offense, defense, coaching staff, coaches are walking off the team. It's just, there's a miasma over that entire organization right now.
Yep, it's not good, and living where we live, we don't mind the smoke from the dumpster fire blowing north because we kind of smile at it. But when you have your defensive coordinator step down after only a couple of games and basically say it's because of health, but then you've got all the other things that are swirling around out there about police involvement and things that are going on. We're gonna have Brad Biggs on a little bit later on today, but man, there's a lot of things that just seem to be going on just below the surface of the Chicago Bears that aren't good.
Yeah, so it doesn't feel like it's a Hallis Hall thing. I mean, It just feels like that whole thing, front office ownership, all diseased right now. And I love Kevin Warren, their new, whatever his official title is, CEO, I don't know, whatever, football operations guy. He's awesome, but you can only do so much and turn the ship around so quickly. And I don't know. Luke Getsy looks like that's the guy who should have quit. You want a coordinator should quit. Luke Getsy should hang it up.
Let me ask you this real quick. When you've got Luke Getsy, who worked with Aaron Rodgers here in Green Bay, you've also got Nathaniel Hackett, who worked with Aaron Rodgers here in Green Bay. Hackett's being criticized for not changing the offense more so for Zach Wilson rather than leaving it for Aaron Rodgers after the Aaron Rodgers injury. We were talking about the other day about how many coaches and or players might have just had all the warts removed from them because of Hall of Fame quarterback play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, look at all the Patriots coaches that went anywhere else, and they all were a disaster, right? How many of them were just effectively gravy training success off of either Belichick or Brady or both?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fairly stated. Great quarterbacks make everybody around them look better than they really are, and totally valid.
Charch, good stuff as always. We'll talk to you again next week. I'm feeling better after the loss. I've absorbed it now. I'm okay. I'm back to living my life again. I feel good.
Well, if anybody can take an L gracefully, it's you.
All right, bud. We'll talk to you next week. All right.
Thank you.
There you
Bye-bye.
go. That's it. Paul Charchian joining us for a couple of minutes on the hotline. Great stuff. Anyway, that being said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to step out. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and get back into it. If you do have any questions, we'll try to get to some of your answers regarding some fantasy stuff too. I know there was a couple more left over via email and over on the live stream. But I just wanted to make sure that we got all the topics that Charch wanted to cover in. That being said, we still got a lot more to get to today. A lot more going on. This portion of the program brought to you by our friends at Kane and Kane Jewelers. This is the time of year you start thinking about it. You're thinking, okay, maybe I will. Maybe I'll take that plunge. So they've got engagement rings. They've got wedding rings, anniversary rings, diamonds, pendants, you name it. They've got it. And they can do it even in a personal setting with an appointment, or you just walk through the doors and say, hey, I want to take a look around. That's Kane and Kane Jewelers. They want to rock your world. They are in West Bend, Wisconsin. Go to Kane, K-O-E-H-N, KaneJewelry.com. That is KaneJewelry.com. And see for yourself. Stay tuned. Coming up here after the top of the next hour, don't forget Brad Biggs is going to join us and give us a lowdown as to what's going on via the dumpster fire. That is the Chicago Bears. He writes for the Chicago Tribune, been down there a long time, covering the Bears a long time. We're going to talk with him about what's going on. But when we come back, we got a lot more to get to today. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show coming up next.
Ready? This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that you know that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors in Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Good to have you back. Bill Michaels Show. This portion brought to you by our friends at Kemp's, K-E-M-P-S, Kemps.com. And, Kemp's has been in probably your refrigerator or your freezer at some point, and they're all over the state of Wisconsin. They're based here since 1914, Cedarburg, Wisconsin to be exact, and Kemps.com. You can go there. At the bottom of the page, you click on the term careers, not jobs, careers. And you go there, and whether it's a CDL driver that they're looking for or some of the technicians, the maintenance technicians and the coolers or production facility people, they're looking for everybody. And they're also giving hiring bonuses, sign-on bonuses right now as well. So if you're looking for a tremendous company to work with, not for, but with, that's Kemps, K-E-M-P-S, Kemps.com. That is Kemps.com. And go to careers at the bottom of the page and click on it. And who knows, maybe as soon as tomorrow, if you fill out all the information, send in your resume and such, maybe as soon as tomorrow, they're giving you a call and setting something up for next week, and you're back at it. There you go. Good news today. You've got, some guys, Christian Watson on the practice field, Aaron Jones on the practice field. You got some other guys that are back, so that's good news. So good to see those guys back. It's great to have Aaron Jones back specifically on the practice field, to have him back because obviously a lot of that, that offense from what we've seen the last, at least the first game and going into the second, the lack thereof, Aaron Jones is kind of partially key to opening things up. Aaron Jones back in the practice for the first time since injuring that hamstring. Christian Watson, he practiced yesterday, not practicing today. He did practice yesterday. They could be just taking it easy. We're not quite sure. There's also, safety Zane Anderson, also a new guy that's not practicing. David Bakhtiari, again, not out there today. So there's some stuff going on, but Aaron Jones, good to see him back in the practice field. So that's good news today. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. Dan says, Christian Watson not being out there, is that alarming? We're going to wait and see what tomorrow brings. And the reason I say that is because you hope that they're just taking it easy. Anytime you're easing somebody back, especially with a soft tissue injury like a hamstring or a groin muscle or something like that, you just ease them back into it, So yesterday he practiced. Either today, one, he's sore and it doesn't feel good, or two, he's fine, and they're just going to say, let's just, make sure you stretch it out today. You worked it out a little bit yesterday. Be here for the walkthrough tomorrow. Be ready to go tomorrow when everything's, installed and you start walking through the game plan. And then you should be able to go on Sunday. That's what you're hoping for. Now, if he re-injured it, or he woke up today and the thing was just tight all over again, then it's, you just kind of throw your hands in the air and you just say, well, just keep working it, see what you can do. But I'm not going to worry about Christian Watson and his return, at least for this particular game, until he is or isn't there tomorrow. Because tomorrow will tell you. Tomorrow will tell. Today could, how they are. The Packers are probably one of the more conservative organizations when it comes to players' health and safety. And if they've got, they just take it slow. That's what they've always done. They take it slow. 877-867-1670. This is from Ian. Ian says, did you hear that Travis Kelce is dating Taylor Swift? Is that a big deal? Okay. First of all, there was a rumor out there, and I think it was his brother that said, he kind of joked about it. Oh, yeah, and I hope it goes the distance, and they're going to get married. And then he's like, no, I have no idea. He was kind of kidding. And secondly, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care who guys date. It doesn't matter to me, unless, of course, you start getting, remember when Tony Romo was dating Jessica Simpson? And they kept showing Jessica in the Romo jersey, shaking her ass and everything up in the box that she was in, that Tony Romo had in the stadium. They kept panning to her and panning to her and panning to her and panning to her over and over again. And she was up cheering and turning around and high-fiving and shaking her butt while she was doing it and all that kind of stuff. Who cares? It really doesn't matter to me. It's not like all of a sudden you're going to start seeing Taylor Swift sitting out with the Kansas City Chiefs fans in the end zone. That's not going to happen. It doesn't matter. She's got other things going on. So maybe they are. That's great. But it doesn't matter. You always wonder how that stuff works, Maybe they're at the same party. Maybe they're, rubbing elbows. Maybe Travis Kelce sitting at home calls his agent and says, hey, tell Taylor I think she's hot. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, Bill, I do some work on a top 40 station. If you'd like me to tell you how this came to be, I can.
Yeah, go ahead. See, this is where this comes in handy for the fact that I have, when it comes to players dating particular people, it really, unless it has something to pertain with on the field, it doesn't really bother me. You know what I mean? And I guess it should, but it doesn't.
Oh, I 100% get it. He went to see her on the Eras tour and made her a friendship bracelet, which is what a lot of Swifties do. They make, beaded bracelets and jewelry. They get all hyped up and dressed up to go to the show. And on this beaded bracelet, he included the beads of his phone number. Really wanted to give it to her.
Oh, geez.
But for whatever reason, couldn't get close enough, couldn't make it happen. So the lack of him being able to get her his phone number kind of became a story, and someone in her orbit must have noticed, and then they got hooked up after that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Have you ever made custom jewelry to go to a do they do that before a Jackal show?
No.
Does everyone make friendship bracelets? No.
No. Usually before a Jackal show, you go to a liquor store, you buy the Jesse James bourbon, and maybe you have a shot of that before the show and a shot after the show and call it a day after that. Beyond that, no. You hear it? I'll tell you something, though, now that you bring that up. So we obviously were in, Tomahawk over the weekend, and Jackal did play. And I posted some of the pictures over on the Facebook fan page. But Jesse, for the motorcycle ride, had sent me a single barrel bottle of his top end bourbon. It was bottle number 74 out of 162. 162 bottles. That's it for this barrel. And so it was really good. And I had talked to him about it ahead of time, and I said, "Hey, look, I'll bring it to Tomahawk. We'll open it together. We'll toast before you go on the stage, and then maybe after." Okay, great. And somebody brought an RV. I mean, this beautiful motorhome. That was kind of the motorhome that the bands changed in. Okay. And it's just a stunning 40-foot Prevost motorhome. It was gorgeous. So I brought the bottle. We had a little bit of a drink ahead of time because I wasn't going to drink afterwards because I have to jump back on the motorcycle. So we had a couple of drinks ahead of time, and then he goes on stage. And when I go to leave, I went, "Oh yeah, that's right. I want to grab that bottle before I leave." Somebody took it. How about that? Somebody took my bottle, man. Somebody stole my bottle of Jesse James single barrel bourbon. So that's not a friendship bracelet, but I would have loved to have had the bourbon back. That's for sure. There you go. Would you make a friendship bracelet to take to Taylor Swift if you were going to a concert?
No, I don't think I could go see Taylor Swift, not because I don't like her. She's fine. I just think I would look around at a Taylor Swift show and think, oh my God, everyone here is way more into this than me. I would feel like my seat should go to someone else at a Taylor Swift show. You know what I mean?
I would go because of the spectacle, to say I went.
Of course.
To see it, because I'm one of those observers. But when people say, "Are you having a good time at a concert?" I usually am. I'm just observing because I just love the atmosphere that a lot of these things present. And the showmanship of everybody, whether it's, Jackal or Taylor Swift or whomever. But you're right. It would be kind of like I would kind of feel, I think, a little out of place. However, I think I would enjoy it. But to answer my own question, no way in hell I'm walking in with a friendship bracelet. No way.
When I was in Arizona for spring training, this was in March, the Taylor Swift tour kicked off the weekend I was leaving. So I think I flew back to La Crosse on a Sunday, and her first show of the tour was in Maryvale, or in Glendale, not in Maryvale, that Saturday night. So when I got to the airport on Sunday morning, and I got to the airport, I mean, it was a 6 a.m. flight, and I had to return a rental car. So I was there early. And I was surrounded in the TSA line by people in sparkly pink cowboy hats and Taylor's, and everyone was so I don't think they went to bed. They were so excited, and I'm miserable because I had to get up at 3, and I'm surrounded by pink cowboy hats. I'm pissed off, and I'm like, these people are in such a good mood. I was so frustrated because these people were all on cloud 9, and I'm like, Jesus, I feel like dumb because I was up at 3. It was a very annoying crowd to be in. I was happy for them, but selfishly, I was like, this is a pain in the ass. Yeah. This is annoying.
I don't think I would go through that. Now, like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing the spectacle, but I can't think of, and part of it is maybe I'm numb to it. And I shouldn't say this because it sounds completely condescending and arrogant, but I've done so much in my life where I've met stars and players and presidents, and it's like, I don't get too geeked up for anybody anymore. There's been a couple of people that I've met in my lifetime that really gave you the tingle. Muhammad Ali was one of them. I met him down in Louisville, Kentucky years ago. Opening day of Miller Park, President Bush and the entourage, and just going through the presidential aspect of it. Doesn't matter who the sitting president was. It was just going through that presidential aspect. Springsteen, who I've never seen Springsteen really play, but I've met him, which I think is outstanding. Some players, Joe Montana and company, that I've met along the way. But yeah, there's not many people that make me go, oh my God, so I just don't, for whatever reason. I just don't. Hey, by the way, and this is from Mark that says, have you ever noticed that the Miami Dolphins have pineapples as their logo on their backdrop? So I had to Google it while I'm sitting here talking. And that is it's a health company. It's not like upside down pineapple. It's not like the whole team swinging. But I looked at that for a minute and I thought, you're right. And I didn't know what it was. And apparently it's a thing called Baptist Health, which is based down there. And it's a pineapple. I don't know why the significance of a pineapple is there, but it's a pineapple, a right side up pineapple. And that's what they use as the logo for this particular company. So it's a health company, or a hospital system or something, but that's what it is. It's called Baptist Health. So no, it's not the fact that the team is advertising that they've got a bunch of swingers on it. And that would be an upside down pineapple, not a right side up pineapple. Just so we're clear on that. We're clearing up all the misnomers today. Just an FYI, stay tuned. Oh, by the way, speaking of another one, now we had some conflicting reports. There were some that said Christian Watson was not back at practice. Now they are saying he is back on the practice field. He came out a little bit later and that he is back with the team, which is good news. So either way, you're just waiting to see what tomorrow holds, because if he's there tomorrow and there for the walkthrough, full practice, the whole thing, then most likely he's going to be making his Packers debut this season on Sunday. So cross your fingers and hang it out there. So that being said, this portion of the program brought to you by our friends over there at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Go to PellaWI.com. That is PellaWI.com, whether it's the windows, the doors, all the innovations, the beautification, the curb appeal for your home, the value that it adds to your home, or the economic factor that it adds to your home. That's Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Call them 855-PELLA-WI. That's 855-PELLA-WI.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Looks like the Green Bay Packers are starting to impress Vegas a little bit. They opened up with a 66 or 68.8% chance of not making the postseason. And the current odds say 56.5% of not making the postseason. So those negative odds are starting to come down somewhat for the Green Bay Packers. So just thought I'd put it out there that they're starting to become believers a little bit as well. Gotta say hi. There's some people listening. A buddy of mine is listening down in Florida, and he's got a fascination with Mickey Mouse, but that's a whole other thing for a whole other day. But apparently a good Packers contingent at the Wilderness Lodge in Disney, and a big fan of the program named Jessica is listening to the program and watching on YouTube down there. So thanks to them for listening and paying attention down in Florida. We certainly appreciate it, as always. And thanks for listening, Jessica. Thanks for being a big Packers fan. Good stuff. But yeah, they're down in Disney checking it out. When you know what, when you're in Disney, what else would you do? You know, you talk a little Taylor Swift here on this program, talking about celebrities dating celebrities, and the next thing you know, boom, they're down in Disney. They're listening to this show. So there you go. Excellent stuff. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. You want to find us, please feel free. Go ahead and do so. Chris says, hey, Bill, we've had a few discussions before on Jordan Love. I think he's doing just fine. Completion percentage can also be blamed on receivers running the wrong routes. Why is it we always want to blame the receivers? At this point, you could be right. But it used to be Aaron Rodgers knew everything and he wasn't wrong. And then everybody on Sunday wanted to say, oh, Josh Myers didn't snap the ball, when in essence it was Jordan Love who was wrong. The terminology was wrong, and what he did was wrong. So for right now, I don't know, who is to blame on certain things, but I'm not just going to say the receivers have run the wrong route. You know what I mean? So he also says it's a little too early to make judgments on if Love can bring this team back. I know you said 3 or 4 more games, and we'll know what we have in Love. I disagree. He's got a second year and a bunch of rookies at wide receiver and a tight end position that are still trying to learn the pro game. Kind of hard to make that statement when our last quarterback in his first year had multiple seasoned veterans at both positions. No, it's not. No, it's not, because they weren't winning a bunch of games, and Aaron Rodgers wasn't like he was lighting it up. He didn't throw for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns and six interceptions. He didn't do that. But you knew. You could tell. I mean, I don't need statistically to see what he can and can't do. That's the eyeball test will tell me. So I'm saying I can make that determination. There's a difference between good, average, above average, below average, really good or great. Or then the next level of via, oh my God, you may have a Hall of Fame on your hands. Don't know yet. I like what I've seen out of Jordan Love. But there are certain times that I see things that make me hesitate. And one of them being the same level of arm strength that we're accustomed to, whether it was Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. Because that sometimes that level of oomph and being able to gas one in there is the difference between being, picked off, knocked down, or completing the pass. So it's not a knock on Jordan Love. It's just you want him to be something, and you keep saying, I'm going to wait on it. I don't care if the receivers and the tight ends are in their first year or not. If he's this is the thing. Yeah, you can maybe look at the wide receivers and the tight ends and say, maybe they're not in the right place at the right time. But you also have to understand, if he's throwing to a spot and they're not there, okay. But if he's trying to lead them and throw into a window and he's not hitting them in stride, or the pass is too far out in front or too far behind, what have you, then you start to go, okay, is he really that crisp delivering the football? And then when it comes to downfield passes, and I know our caller before talked about, the downfield ball and this and that with the pass interference calls. To me, it's always, that's a touch play. Can you throw the ball high enough and just have the feeling of being able to drop it in the bucket as a guy runs under it? The best way I can explain it, and if you're a fisherman, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you can cast, and you're casting, say you're in a boat, you're casting to the shore, okay? And you're trying to run a bait along the shoreline, right? And you're casting to a stone, you're casting to a stump. And if you're not a fisherman, you don't get this, but you'll understand it. I can tell you, every time when I'd flip my wrist and I'd end up casting, just by the feel as to whether or not I needed to pull the bait back or hold the rod out to let it just kind of ease more line off the spool, you just kind of have a feeling, right? And if that thing splashes within 6 inches of the shoreline, and then you're going to leave it sit there a second, and then you're going to start popping it back towards the boat, it's like a perfect cast. It's like you just expect to catch something, right? But if you're casting and you're throwing it up on the bank in the weeds, or it's ending up 5 feet short and it's not getting to the shore where you think that action should be, then you have that feeling, right? That's what I'm talking about. When it comes to the deep ball, you've just got a feeling. You can look at a guy and just in your mind, in that split second, your mind has the capability to go, I need to go here with that ball. As I launch it, I can feel it. It's not too high. It's not too low. It's got a good arc to it. It's got enough oomph to it, and he's going to run right under it. That feeling is very difficult to get as a quarterback. You either have it or you don't. Sometimes it develops, or maybe you hone that skill, but you either have it or you don't. That's what I'm waiting to see. Do you fish, Grant?
Oh yeah, I fish a lot.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm going fishing in Milwaukee this weekend. I can't tell you how many times, Bill, and fishermen will know this, when you're trying to put that cast right next to shore and you rip the cast and then about a split second later you go, oh God, and you got to pinch your finger and pull it back because you know it's headed right for the tree. Oh yeah.
It's headed for the tree. It's headed for the boat. If you're around, I mean, you're headed for the docks. You just know it. You get that feeling. You know it. That's what I'm talking about. Being able to drop that thing in a bucket to a deep pass. Now, you know, people want to talk about, well, forget the deep passes. I've got Mitchell that says, forget the deep passing game, establish the run game, stick with it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but you have to have a deep threat. You have to. We talked about this last year with Aaron Rodgers. You have to have a threat to push the lid of the defense back. So they have to account. And think of it this way. If you do, it then opens up the underneath patterns, the crossing patterns, the quick digs, the quick outs. It opens up the run game. It puts the safeties on their heels if they know you can go deep in certain situations. So you have to have it. It's not like, well, we're just going to live with dink and dunk. No, you saw that last year. You can't do that. You got to get downfield, and you got to trust your guys, and you got to air it out every now and then. So that when it comes to the repertoire of what we've seen out of Jordan Love, he's done pretty well. I'm looking for the intermediate and the deep ball to be more consistent. That's it. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. You want to hit us up, feel free to go ahead and do so. Again, 877-867-1670. Give us a shout. Hey, if you are just thinking about, possibly come February, March, even into January, maybe you're going to head someplace warm and you're going to throw down the snow shovel and say, enough. I don't want it anymore. Got to go someplace warm. Got to get rejuvenated. Call our buddy Kirk over at Cruise Planners. Land and cruise vacation. So if you want to go to an all-inclusive down in Mexico, you can do that. If you want to take a cruise, you can do that. If you want to go to the Bahamas, you want to go to St. Martin's, you want to go to Acapulco, you want to go something internationally, you can do that. He can set it up. Call him 262-344-0697, 262-344-0697. That is Cruise Planners. Kirk and the gang over there can help you out. Coming up after the top of the hour, Brad Biggs, longtime Chicago Tribune writer, covers the Chicago Bears. We are going to learn more about the dumpster fire that is Chicago. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that you know that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details, offers, and 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Nothing but faith in nothing. I wanna put my tender heart in a blender. Watch it spin around to a beautiful oblivion. Rendezvous, then I'm through with you. SoCal is where my mind stays.
Good to have you back. The Bill Michaels Show. We continue on. Coming up here after the top of the hour, what the hell is going on down at Hallis Hall in Chicago? And we're going to talk with Brad Biggs. Long time reporter, covers the Chicago Bears and, works for the Chicago Tribune. If you listen to any Chicago radio, you probably heard him on it at one point or another. But Brad's going to talk to us about exactly what's going on, all the optimism, all the skepticism and such that people were kind of looking at prior to the season. It started to become this Justin Fields love fest. There was even talk that Justin Fields this year, with the ability that he has, he could become an MVP. And it was like, whoa, slow your roll. And the first 2 games are about as far away from an MVP performance as you can possibly get. And now you've got the defensive coordinator walking away, resigning. There's rumors floating around about the authorities looking into, his home and such. And so we're going to get all the details coming up here in just a few as to what's going on down in Chicago, because, and we had said it at the time. Remember, I said going into that game, at first you thought, boy, this game is huge for the Packers. Huge. Because Jordan Love trying to take over for a guy that basically said, I own you, Chicago, and all the memes and such that were out there because Aaron Rodgers had so much success. Favre did, but Rodgers just took it to a whole new level. So much success against the Bears organization. So you thought, Jordan Love, he got a ton of pressure on him. But then you thought about it, and then you thought, well, wait a minute. The Bears finally believe that they can get out from underneath the black cloud that has been the Green Bay Packers for so long. They can finally start to breathe, and they've got their guy, their quarterback. They're pumping them up, the whole deal. Huge game for them. But then what happens if they lose? Could their season go south? Because then they're like, oh, God, we're never going to get out from underneath this Packers team. So you're kind of like, well, maybe it was a bigger deal to the Chicago Bears. Well, the Packers get a win. They go to Atlanta. They fall, but they don't look terrible doing it. Just defensively, they didn't get it done. And offensively, specifically late in the ballgame, they couldn't move the football. So they had their own issues, which we knew there'd be some growing pains. But it was a game in which they could have won, right? The Bears, Bears look awful. The quarterback looks bad. philosophically speaking, in game one, he's running, he's, gaining yards in the Packers defense. Packers so much so that the Packers finally had to put a spy on the guy. And all of a sudden in game two, they're going to put him in the pocket. He's not going to run. He can't decipher a defense. He can't see the route trees from some of his own guys. There's questions about now the play calling and Luke Getsy and Eberflus and what he's doing. And now you've got a defensive coordinator that steps away for health and family reasons, even though it smells like a whole lot more. So all of that circling around a franchise that just seems like, again, this year, before they even get fully out of the gates, it seems like the dumpster is on fire and they're pushing it right down Michigan Avenue. So we're going to talk with Brad Biggs of the Chicago Tribune when we come back. Stay tuned. Going to want to hear this. Oh, yeah. Going to want to hear this. A lot more of the Bill Michaels Show coming up right after this.
This is a Wisconsin Sports Zone update.
Well, the Packers are back on the field for practice today as they continue to get ready for their home opener against the Saints on Sunday. That includes quarterback Jordan Love, who's going to be making his first start at Lambeau Field. Through 2 games, he leads the NFL in passer rating, is tied for the most touchdowns with 6. Coach Matt LaFleur says Love has played the way they thought he would, especially when it comes to how steady he's been.
I'm sure there's going to be some adversity, and there was last week. That's just the nature of this game, and it's all about how you respond. But I've been super impressed with how he's done, just in terms of leading our team, leading our offense, and the poise he's shown and command.
It'll be the Packers and Saints on Sunday at Lambeau Field. Kick is set for noon. Turning to Wisconsin, they're going to head to Purdue today. It's where they're going to open up Big Ten play tomorrow night against the Boilermakers. Badgers come into the game sitting at 2-1. Purdue is 1-2. Wisconsin's owned the series the last 2 decades, having won 16 straight, with their last loss coming 20 years ago. Kick tomorrow is slated for 6.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
Rural Mutual is the #1 farm insurer in Wisconsin for a good reason. As a company founded by farmers, they understand the ag industry and its challenges. Local agents offer farm families the best advice and personalized coverage. Visit ruralmutual.com to find an agent near you.
Rural Mutual Insurance, keeping Wisconsin strong.
Well, the Brewers are closing out their series with the Cardinals this afternoon down in St. Louis. Milwaukee has taken 2 of the first 3 games, including an 8-2 win last night. It has them sitting 7 games up in the NL Central on Chicago, and their magic number to clinch division is 4. After today, they're going to head south to face the Marlins in Miami. With this Wisconsin Sports Zone Network update, I'm Zach Heil.
Welcome back. Good to have you. The Bill Michaels Show. Rocking on today. And we've been talking about this for a while now. Obviously, the Packers get off to a good start. They knock off the Chicago Bears. They go into Atlanta. They dropped a game they should have won, but you kind of walked away going, they left some stuff on the table. There's more there. In the meantime, we kept, talking about preseason-wise about how much of an advanced leap the Chicago Bears would take. And this was going to be the year, and everything you read, this was going to be the year that Justin Fields maybe, kind of took that step forward. And then being down in Chicago and listening to the chatter, it was palpable about how excited fans were for this upcoming season. But when you got into the press box And you started to talk to a few people. They're like, he didn't have a great training camp. It doesn't look like it's registering. And now we know that he's talking about the coaches being Justin Fields. They've got a defensive coordinator who has decided to resign because of health and family reasons, but there's a lot more floating around down there. So we go to the guy that's got all the information. That's Brad Biggs, who's been covering a long time down in Chicago. Brad, how you doing today, man?
I'm great. How are you this afternoon, Bill?
I'm doing wonderful, my friend. Hey, by the way, I think, is it Craig, your buddy who does General Cigar? I saw him up at the Chippewa Falls at the High Shores in Wissota Supper Club, and we had a long conversation about you, man.
You didn't clean out all the free cigars out of his trunk, did you?
No. He said he was saving a few, but I told him, I said, well, next time you either come up or I go down, we got to. I didn't know you were a cigar guy. And he said, oh yeah. He said, Brad's been known to kick back a few. So I'm saying, okay, well, that's another reason I like Brad Biggs. Biggs, tell me what the hell is going on in Chicago. Let's start with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a frustrating start for the Bears. They played very poorly in the opener against the Packers, as I'm sure most people listening saw. A lot of issues there, offensively, defensively. Green Bay had wide receivers running wide open because of miscommunications, and then the Bears went down to Tampa and they didn't play great. They lose that game by 10 points. I didn't feel like that game was as close to the final score would have indicated. Tampa Bay kicked two very short field goals and had another blocked. So, they're scuffling right now. And then the defensive coordinator, as you referenced a minute ago, resigned yesterday after being gone for about a week without really much explanation from the team at all. And then the quarterback is critical of coaching, saying that it led to him overthinking some and that he wants to play freely and more naturally. They've got, and oh, by the way, the left tackle went on injured reserve yesterday with a neck injury. So it was just kind of one thing after another Wednesday in Lake Forest, and they're a couple days away from flying to Kansas City to face the Kansas City Chiefs. And Bill, I don't know if there's a good time to face Kansas City these days if they're on your schedule. This week, to me, is a really bad time because the Chiefs haven't played well in the first 2 weeks. And I look at them as a team that's just ready to break out. Like Andy Reid's going to get it figured out with those guys on offense. Mahomes is going to gather some timing with his wide receivers, and all of a sudden they're going to have 41 points on the scoreboard, and there's going to be 9 minutes to play in the fourth quarter.
Let's go back to what happened yesterday and the announcement that the defensive coordinator, Alan Williams, is going to step down because of health and family issues. Now, there was a lot of rumors floating around yesterday about police and FBI, and I read your tweet that said it just didn't feel like he was leaving because of health and family reasons. Have you garnered any more information on that regarding all the different rumors that were floating around out there?
No new information at this point. And the general manager, Ryan Poles, came down and spoke with reporters this morning, which I think was a smart move by him. And he's a young guy, in his second season in the role. But I think he was trying to sort of reestablish the tone in the building and that kind of thing after such a tumultuous day. And they're basically saying nothing about Alan Williams. When he resigned, the team sent out a release announcing his resignation. It was 12 words long, Bill. 12 words.
Wow.
So you got a guy saying he's leaving because of health and family reasons, and the team puts out 12 words on him. There's not a "we wish him well," this or that. It's 12 words. He resigned this afternoon. So. It does. Matt Eberflus earlier in the day wouldn't answer questions if the guy was still the defensive coordinator. I thought Eberflus had a really odd response on Sunday after the loss against the Bucs at Raymond James Stadium, where he was asked, "Hey, when Allen's back, will he resume play calling duties?" And Eberflus's reply was, "Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there." And it's like, wait a minute, what? So. We'll see. I don't know if more will come out on it. Certainly no one has any ill will for Alan Williams, but it's a distraction for the Bears, no question.
It's odd because I know his attorney's been all over trying to kind of tamp down the By the way, the authorities never came to Hallis Hall. He never said they didn't go to his house. He never really said much more than that, other than reread the statement that was put out originally about health and family. But usually if there's going to be an issue and I'm going to have to address it, I address it if I'm not doing anything wrong. Why in the hell would my attorney be addressing it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, maybe he gets an attorney to try to head some of this stuff off. I don't know. I do know Eberflus is going to call the defense again this week in Kansas City. My guess would be he calls the defense the remainder of the season. Maybe they add a coordinator title to a position coach currently on staff. I'm not sure how they adjust. The timing is obviously not good. So they've got issue. We all focus on Fields and the offense, and certainly a ton of scrutiny is deserved for what's going on there. But defensively, they can't rush the quarterback. They can't get off the field on third down, and they're giving up more than 9 yards per pass attempt. Some of that skewed a little bit by a 70-yard play Mike Evans had in that game in Tampa, where Evans just ragdolled the rookie cornerback Tyreek Stevenson. I mean, it was blatant offensive pass interference, but maybe if you're a guy that goes out and puts up 1,000 yards every year, year after year after year, you can get away with that. But still, ineffective defensively. They've been better against the run, which they were 31st in the league a year ago. Other than that, no improvements yet on a defense that's got a lot of new faces.
So let me ask you in the sense of the offense, because I get it that Justin Fields yesterday, it was an unfortunate use of the term. Maybe it's the coaching or blame it on the coaching, but I got what he meant. I understood it, but the sentence itself, when you write it down and you read it, you're like, whoa, wait a minute. So I understand it, but what is Luke Getsy doing to make things better for the quarterback? Because we were just talking about this earlier today. You've got Nathaniel Hackett. He goes to Denver, looks awful. Now he's being criticized for not catering the offense to Zach Wilson in New York. And you got Luke Getsy down in Chicago, who apparently is trying to do too many things with Justin Fields, and he's complaining about it because we know that Aaron Rodgers covered up a lot of warts here in Green Bay. So you tell me what Luke Getsy's doing to help Justin Fields.
I think he's trying to do all he can, and I mean, goodness, they reshaped the offensive line. They added a DJ Moore in the off season. I think they spent since the spring working on, some things to make him more effective as a pocket passer, not trying to turn him into a pocket passer, but help him have some more success doing that. Cause it's really where he struggled last season. And sometimes the best laid plans don't take root, or they don't materialize quickly anyway, because it's been such a struggle. And the other thing that I think is important to point out here for the people that have been super critical of Luke is that all these opponents, you're kidding yourself if you don't think they spent a ton of time in the offseason. Hey, we got to play Chicago in week 1, week 2, week 6, whatever it is. What are we going to do to prevent Fields from making us look foolish on defense? So they've got the entire offseason to look at those tapes, see what the Bears were doing, how Fields was able to really gash some of these teams, and say, okay, how are we going to react to that? So I think in week 1, one of the things you saw is when they had designed rollouts for Justin Fields, Green Bay had basically somebody out there kind of mirroring them, and what Lucas Van Ness ended up with a sack when the Bears were in the red zone on one of those plays where he should have thrown the ball away. You go down to Tampa this past week, and they called a handful of zone reads where Fields, has to decide whether to hand it to the back or keep it. And the Bucs defensive ends weren't even flinching, Bill. They're just standing there saying, go ahead, hand it off to the running back. We'll take our chances stuffing him. No, they're not crashing down on that play at all. They are standing there waiting for Fields to keep the ball and come their way and say, okay, I'm in position now to make a play on you. So What's the counter to all these things the defenses have been doing? Well, if Fields could start throwing from the pocket, it would be great. He hasn't been able to do that yet.
Talking with Brad Biggs, longtime writer for the Chicago Tribune and covering the Chicago Bears and everything that's going on down there. Like you said, big week coming up. You got Kansas City on the docket. God knows you don't want to go 0-3. 0-2 teams don't go to the postseason. 0-3 teams never do. So that would be then pretty much out of the question so early on this season. So looking at this team moving forward, what is the tenor right now with everything that's gone on, everything you labeled from yesterday, between the quarterback and all the discussion regarding the defensive coordinator and then the coaching staff and then losing your big left tackle for all the, what is the tenor there right now when you start talking about this team and you don't dare say that guys start to give up, but my God, early in the season, do you look at things and go, holy crap, we're not getting any better. We're not doing any better. And we could be looking again at the number 1 overall draft choice.
Boy, I don't think they're going to be in line for the number 1 pick. Not with their pick. They own the Panthers, but this is a better roster than they had a year ago. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I didn't think this was going to be a great team. I'm a little surprised the start has been so poor. And I'm not talking necessarily about 0-2, Bill. I'm talking about how those games sort of unfolded and what problems materialized. So they're not going to be great, but I don't think they're going to be in the mix come mid late November for that top pick. But the tenor, it's still it's a really young roster, okay, and they turned over nearly 50% of it from last season. So you got a lot of new guys. So I don't think there's a fear at this point about negative levels creeping up and guys just going through the motions. I mean, they got young guys that they've got this is where they're starting their NFL career. So what the Bears desperately need and what this coaching staff desperately needs, they need some of these young players and some of these new guys that they did go out and buy to start showing some growth and development, start exhibiting how they're fit in the scheme, how they can be part of productive football, how they can help them towards some winning football. And it's going to be real difficult this week in Kansas City, but it's something that they got to be working on here in the very near future.
Real quick before I let you go, do you believe that the coaching staff, the upper management that's in place, do you believe they've got the ability to kind of pull this thing out of the nosedive and to make something not of this season but moving forward?
I mean, I don't know if Fields has it. If Fields turns it around and becomes that guy, absolutely. But it's hard to turn anything in the National Football League around without a quarterback, right? That's not there to play any consistent level of winning football. You need an elite defense. You need an offensive line that can help you run the daylights out of football, and you got to be special on special teams, and they can't check those boxes right now.
There you go, Brad. I appreciate it as always. Thanks for giving us the lowdown. We'll keep peering over the fence down there just to see what else transpires, if anything, regarding the defensive coordinator position. But, man, what an interesting day yesterday it was in Chicago, no doubt. Appreciate it, pal.
You got it, Bill. Take care.
Thanks, bud. There you go. Brad Bigg, Chicago Tribune, long time covering the Chicago Bears since 2001. He's been on the Bears beat and probably the preeminent guy when it comes to Chicago Bears, him and Hub Arkush. And, just some interesting stuff. Now, he didn't say directly whether or not there is or is not an investigation into Williams, the former defensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. But when you look at Alan Williams and you hear the rumors, you just kind of wonder, as he said, it was a 12-word press release saying that he's no longer with the team. Usually, it just, to me, again, speculatively, it sounds like the team is trying to distance itself from him. So I don't know what's going on below the surface, but unless things were unbelievably contentious behind closed doors, and thus you have the choice to resign or be fired mid-season, maybe he took the opportunity to resign. Unless that was the scenario, something else is going on. Because usually a team will say, thank you for your service. We certainly appreciate all of his efforts and, what he did, blah, blah, blah. And you're not throwing anybody under the bus. You're just giving them their props and being a classy organization and walking them out the door. But that's not this case. That's not his case. So anyway, there you go. 877-867-1670. Coming up about a half an hour from now, we're going to get into what did we miss today. Just to let you know, for those that are paying attention, Brewers up 1-0 right now, top of the fifth in St. Louis. They got one out and a runner on third. So nice job there by the Brewers. Hopefully they can keep that up and drop that magic number even closer to the clincher. But they have the division is done. It's DONE, done. It was done last week, and we talked about that back then. But the official technical number is sitting at 4 at the start of play today. So let's do this. We'll step out. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Got a lot more to get to. Hang in there. More of the Bill Michaels Show coming up right after this.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that you know that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess, leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Good to have you back. The Bill Michaels Show on the air this Thursday afternoon. Want to remind you that our good friends at Smoke on the Water out in Okauchee Lake, always some good stuff going on out there. And Joe, by the way, he has a motorcycle ride coming up in October that's going to start at Sloppy Joe's and end at Smoke on the Water, and it benefits Fisher House, Wisconsin. So if you're still going to be riding the motorcycle, and many of you do, hardcore, man, I know I'm going to be there. Making an appearance, and we're hoping to ride. We're hoping it's great weather and we can ride that weekend. But it's coming up during the Packers bye week, and we're going to be over at Sloppy Joe's starting out, Smoke on the Water to end, and watch some other football that day and that weekend. But yeah, we're going to take a ride and benefit Fisher House, Wisconsin. And thanks to Joe Hennis and Ellen Hennis for what they do for a lot of different veterans causes. But we're gracious to be the benefactor, humbled to be the benefactor of one of his motorcycle rides. So you can follow them, Sloppy Joe's and Smoke on the Water, both over on Facebook, and see all the different, things that they have going on. So thanks to them for being a part of the program. Got an email here, and this is from Jack, who says, with everything going on in the NFC North, you feel good about where the Green Bay Packers are at. The problems that are taking place down in Chicago and now bringing in Cam Akers to replace Alexander Mattison in Minnesota, that does not bode well for the psyche of some of those players. Thoughts? Well, first of all, we just heard Brad Bigg, so there's a lot of issues, a lot of problems going on down there in Chicago. So I think you just got to kind of wait and see how that begins to play out, because let's just say Chicago goes down and steals a win. Okay, winning is the ultimate deodorant. It can make a lot of the negativity go away right now. On the other hand, let's say they go down there and they get blown out. They just get the hell beat out of them. Then it's going to just exacerbate things to a whole new level in Chicago. So in essence, for, as early a season game as this is, it's kind of a key game for Chicago. In Minneapolis, this week's trade for, which happened yesterday, Cam Akers drew the question around the Vikings. Will he then replace Alexander Mattison? And he's taken a majority of the snaps this season for the NFL's worst rushing offense. So, the Minnesota Vikings say, well, we haven't lost confidence in Alexander Mattison, but come on. It's Madison fumbled twice in the Vikings 34-28 loss to Philadelphia in week 2. He lost both of those fumbles. The second one, by the way, was reversed because of penalty, but he lost both of them. Overall, he's got 62 yards on 19 carries in 2 games since the Vikings jettisoned Dalvin Cook. Come on. I mean, the writing's on the wall. You're not getting the job done. And so they're trying to find somebody who maybe is a little bit quicker through the hole, has a little bit more power, a little bit more juke, a little bit more quickness, whatever. So, yeah. On one hand, though, if you're if you're a lineman, if you're another player other than Madison in that locker room, you're probably going, boy, okay, cool. They believe we've got something here, and they don't want to just watch us continue to fail. So they're doing everything they can. You appreciate that. They're doing everything they can to bolster that, So, but on the other hand, if you're Madison, now you're walking around going, they got rid of Dalvin Cook. I was supposed to be the guy. Now they're bringing in another guy. It's a results-based business. But yeah, it can probably cause maybe an issue or two in the in the locker room. Absolutely, I don't doubt that for a minute. Not for a minute. This is Mickey says, "Did you see that Devontae Adams is not happy?" Yeah, Taylor Rapp, I guess, hit him. You know, he took a hit from Taylor Rapp. I think it was the Buffalo Bills on Sunday when they ended up losing. They lost 38-10. And he was, I guess, I didn't see it, but he was taken off the field and evaluated for the concussion after it, and did not come back into the game, obviously. And the Davante Adams said something about it being an unnecessary hit, and certain players play a certain way. Some people out of control, he said, and they fly around, talking about Taylor Rapp. So look, Davante's never been one to hold back, and Davante's always the one that's under siege, and Davante is always the one that, you know, that has a chip on his shoulder, and that's fine. That's the way he plays. That's what's made him so good.
I got the Adams audio if you want to hear it. His comment.
let's do that. Let's get the Adams audio. Let's take a listen to what
it's only 40 seconds, so
okay.
it's not too long.
There we go.
Look, I wasn't. I don't want to continue to talk too much about it, but was it unnecessary? Completely, obviously, and I mean, and depending on how you look at it, I mean, certain players play a certain way too. Some people out of control, they fly around, they don't really have much true purpose out there. I mean, playing a half field on one side, you run over and hit somebody in the head on the other side of the field. I mean, that's the type of stuff that contributes to you not being on the field. You know, that's why you're in when you're going in the South by 25 at the end of the game. You know, and maybe if that man learns how to play the game the right way, he'll see the field. But until then, he'll have to go and live off a place like that, I guess.
There you go. Just if guys fly around and they take shots and blah, blah, blah. Okay. All right. He said he didn't want to spend too much time on it, so he gave his shout out. I mean, he's not happy, and just another day in the life, I guess.
The play that happened on, by the way, I'm watching it right now. Jimmy Garoppolo kind of hung Adams out to dry. It was triple coverage. There were 3 defenders around Adams, so the quarterback didn't do him any favors on that play.
Right. Yep, hung him out. And there you go. That's a Jimmy Garoppolo pass. That's not his guy,
Well, and that's kind of what I was hinting at. I didn't see Aaron Rodgers hanging him out to dry a lot. It happens every once in a while, but didn't happen a lot in Green Bay. Just saying.
Yep. No, you're right. You're 100% correct. Real quick before we go to break, Seth says, hey, guys, all this talk about the offense of the Green Bay Packers, can we get back to the defense? Do you think the defense is really going to hold up, or is this defense a lot of overhyped talent? That is Seth. Seth, I don't know what you mean by show up, but as far as overhyped talent, we were talking about that yesterday. Look, it's you keep hearing about 8 first-round draft choices. Now, Stokes is not back yet, but you keep hearing about 8 first-round draft choices, young guys coming of age. Is it the talent? Gutekunst certainly doesn't think it is. Is it the talent, or is it Joe Barry? Where's the pressure coming from? Why can't this thing be better? You can go through coordinator after coordinator after coordinator after coordinator, but if you can only mold stuff to a certain extent before the talent has to take over, you then have to start questioning whether or not you do have a talented defense. I think they have talent in a lot of areas. Other areas are going to have to show up and prove it. And the one thing to remember when it comes to your defense, and that's whether it's Joe Barry and the philosophy or the players up front, you are only as good as your weakest link. You got to remember that. So if your weakest link is going to be, say, middle linebacking and the ability to actually, kind of fill the gap and make tackles in the gap and stuff the run, or if they're chasing and dragging guys downfield, you're only as good as your weakest link, or a guy that can't cover over the middle, or a safety who can't cover, a slot receiver, or whatever. I mean, but just there's a lot of different things you can discuss. So I think it's too early to tell how good this defense can be. But certainly the start that they've had is not what they wanted. It's not what they wanted at all. So for all the excuses, all the different things that we can look at, the analytics and such, and time of possession, and how much time they were on the field, and the fact that the offense didn't help them, and hey, look, you're only as good as what the play is on the field. And for what I saw, they had some guys that didn't stay home, some missed tackles, they had some missed opportunities to turn the ball over, and they failed in all accounts. So as much as you want to blame Joe Barry, there were guys in the right place at the right time to make plays, and they didn't. And that's on the players on the field. So it's a conglomeration right now of crap, of subpar crap. So let's see what they do this weekend. All right, let's do this. We'll step away. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and we got a couple of segments left to go. And don't forget, end of the program today, What did we miss? Stay tuned. This portion of the program brought to you by our good friends at J&L Tire and Service Center. They are in two places, Watertown, right on Boulder Road, and Johnson Creek, right just north of I-94, right at the Johnson Creek exit. So you can literally see the Goodyear sign in J&L Tire and Service Center from 94 as you pass by. So if you're an over-the-road driver with a 18-wheeler or a box truck, whatever, and you need something with its brakes or tires, whatever, they've got the facility to handle it. How about if you just need an oil change? They can do that. If you just need new tires, we're coming into that season now. You want to start thinking about snow and traction, but you got to think about it. That's our friends at J&L Tire and Service Center. And Lyle and the staff, they are unbelievably philanthropic. They give back to the community, and that's the reason I love them the most, because they're just good people. Stay tuned. We got more of the Bill Michaels Show coming up.
Covering Wisconsin sports like a blanket. This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
Buckle up. It's all systems go at Potawatomi. Plug in to high wattage play and you could win an all-electric BMW i7. Play now through September with your club card. Prize drawings on Thursdays. There's a shocking $800,000 in total prizes on the line, including the luxury BMW i7. It's time to electrify your drive. Only at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. More info at paysbig.com/BMW. Must be 21 years old and a club member to play.
Bill Michaels will resume in 5 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 4 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Hearts of fire, streets of stone, modern warriors, satellite horses of chrome, taste the wild,
Good to have you. The Bill Michaels Show. A couple of segments to go before we get out of here on this Thursday. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670 if you want to find us. By the way, the Brewers have kind of blown it open now 6-0 in the top of the sixth. 6-0, the Brewers beating St. Louis at this point. So all the fears about St. Louis pretty much washed away as the Brewers are going to win, have won the National League Central. They will clinch it here shortly. The Cubs then are in a battle for a wild card spot, and we'll see what happens after that. But the Brewers, they're I'm not going to say on cruise control at this point, but their pitching has just been so good. Again, another game in which they have pretty much shut down Cardinals bats. So good stuff from the Brewers today. 877-867-1670 if you want to find us. Gerard in Delaware, go ahead and give us a shout, buddy. What's going on? How you doing today?
Hey, Bill, if, you brought up Vegas and the Packers and all this. If people out there think that the Packers aren't a national draw anymore because Rodgers isn't there, first 3 games of the season nationally televised on the East Coast.
Yep.
We're getting them again with the Saints. So think about this. The reason why they're nationally televised isn't because of the Bears, the Falcons, and the Saints. It's because of the Packers.
Right.
So, anybody that thinks differently is definitely wrong. Now, there's a thing called discipline. 1967, Dallas is inside Green Bay's 2, ready to go in for the tying score in the championship game. Dan Reeves goes offside. They get pushed back. Next play, Dave Robinson blitzes, pulls Metrick down, throws the ball, picked off by Tom Brown. Every Packer player to a man, and Coach Vince Lombardi said after that game they won because of discipline. Now, what do we see? Eric Branchek made a great point with Gary crashing down. Notice the Bear game, Van Ness didn't crash down. Why? My theory is because he just came out of college,
right.
And that's what they do in college. And then you got a coach that his antenna has to be not only up, it has to be like the Eiffel Tower because of these mistakes. And he's responsible for a couple of these mistakes that were made because they are coaching. And why didn't he use the timeouts like you spoke about all week? These things have to be corrected and they can't be done all over. And now Love took blame for the quarterback sneak, but he should have saw the confusion that was going on and called the timeout before that. And the field goal was that was just terrible. I mean, that was an embarrassment. So in my opinion, is this guy who's making a lot of mistakes with the young players, the youngest team in football, is he the guy to bring the Packers to the next level? You see?
Right.
And I know the defensive coordinator isn't. I know that. That's a given. But is this the guy? This is what we have to wonder. And when you put the talent in front of him, is he coaching the talent to the best of their abilities and putting them in the right position to win? And that's what a head coach does. He knows when to call the timeouts. He knows when to make a decision. And in that game, on 2 plays. Definitely, Gary, that's something different. But the other 2 plays, every one of those plays cost them the game.
Right.
Every one of them cost them the game. So you got to look at it. We have to look at it. Is he the right guy to bring us to the next level?
That's a great question. No, I appreciate it. And thanks for the phone call as always, Gerard. I mean, when you look at when it's not like he doesn't recognize it, because in the press conference, he talked about that, the mistakes, the myriad of mistakes, any one of which falls that the Packers don't make, falls in their favor, they win the game. Not taking the delay of game penalty. Maybe changing his call on kicking a 56-yarder than not kicking a 56-yarder. The punt that went into the end zone that only netted them, 14, 15, 16 yards, which was pathetic. Dropping 2, not 1, but 2 specific interceptions. Not kind of holding your edge, but crashing down and allowing Ritter to run around the outside and score. In a lot of those different instances, had any one of those changed, Packers win the game. So he's right. Gerard's right. There is a level of discipline that needs to happen. And that goes back to maybe more so, if you want to label it differently, when I was talking about it earlier this week, when, one of the, emails said, hey, what do you want to see this week? What I want to see is a clean game, a fundamentally sound, clean game. If you get beat in the trenches, you get beat on a block, somebody just makes a hell of a play. Okay. You got to give that up to the other team. That they're getting paid too. But when you see a lot of the mistakes, not just player mistakes, but coaching mistakes, discipline mistakes, all of that, you got to go back to the top and you got to say, why are there so many of these happening? Now, it hasn't been rampant. It's not like all season long. The first 2 games was loaded with all these miscues. It's some of this stuff you're going to go through just because of the inexperience, not the youth, but the inexperience that you're dealing with at certain positions. Okay, I understand that. But that's why this week, and he's absolutely right, that's why this week I'm looking forward to seeing the Packers try to play a clean game. Trying to play a clean game. 877-867-1670, 877-867-1670. If you want to give us a shout, go ahead and do so again, 877-867-1670. This is from, let's do this. We're at the break, and I want to get back because I want to do the What Did We Miss segment with Grant Bills today as well, so hang in there for that. Hey, by the way, got to say thanks to our friends at Wabam, W-A-B-A-M, Wabam. And the same company also did the logoing and the lettering and such for the big unit cruiser this year, so we want to say thanks to them. But Wabam has some terrific products, and we actually used it when Tim Duffy was here and stayed with us. And Tim brought that iconic motorcycle, the one that he rode in on 9/11 that had ended up getting burned up in his garage, and then they restored it. And there was still smoke and soot and everything all over this bike, this infamous motorcycle. And we pulled out some of the products. We had it in the garage here at the house, and we pulled out some of the Wabam products. We pulled out the cleaner, the glass cleaner, a thing called Whiplash, which kind of keeps dirt off of it. And we polished it up. My God, that bike, for what it's been through, looked beautiful when Tim Duffy put it back on the truck and headed out to Phoenix, Arizona. So, those products work, man. And if you're a motorcyclist, a boater, if you, a car owner, obviously, all of these products, they're fantastic. So check out Wabam, W-A-B-A-M, getwabam.com. That is getwabam.com. By the way, over on the live stream, the offender has been blocked, just so you know. Stay tuned. More of the Bill Michaels Show next.
Ready? This is the Bill Michaels Show on the Wisconsin Sports Zone Radio Network.
What advice would you give somebody that that's window shopping?
I'd have to say Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin plays at an MVP level in the replacement game. They came in ahead of time, measured all the windows, make sure they had all of the measurements. When the Pella people left, you had no idea they had been here. You just had the new window. They're great professionals, Gina, and some of the best in the world at what they do.
Right now, pay as low as $19 a month per window or $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today. Pella's team of expert installers start with an in-home consultation and finish with no hassle or mess. leaving nothing but perfect results that stand the test of time. Right now at Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, pay as low as $19 per window and $75 per month on patio doors. Visit PellaWI.com today.
$6.99 APR for 120 months. Certain restrictions apply. See showroom for details. Offers end 9/30/2023.
Bill Michaels will resume in 3 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 2 minutes. Bill Michaels will resume in 1 minute. Bill Michaels will resume in 30 seconds.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Bill Michaels Show. Continuing on. You've got Sharon Shannon. Sharon Shannon going to be doing some stuff at the Irish Cultural Heritage Center coming up this month. Also, you've got all kinds of different things that are going to be happening over there when it comes to different events that they have. They've got Gadon on September 29th, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. They've got, which is all terrific music. Tickets are on sale right now. They've got the Drowsy Lads that are going to be coming. Cynthian, as I keep mentioning, Cynthia, I can't wait for these guys to get here for St. Patrick's Day. Oh, my God. Emma Langford is going to be here at the end of January, but they've got a whole musical lineup coming as you get closer to the holiday season as well. You've got Cassie and Maggie back on December 2nd, Ashley Davis on December 8th, the High 48s on December 15th, Chloe Agnew on December 20th with a meet and greet. a lot of terrific music coming up at the ICHC, the Irish Cultural Heritage Center. So if you haven't yet checked it out, just go to ICHC, Irish Cultural and Heritage Center, on Facebook, ICHC.net via the internet, the website. So plenty of different ways to get a hold of them. All right, let's do this. Time now for What Do We Miss?
Well, I had a clip of audio of Travis Kelce on the Pat McAfee show talking about his relationship with Taylor Swift.
Okay.
I was going to play that for you, but then I'm like, this isn't even interesting. I don't think I care. And if I don't care, I definitely know that Bill doesn't care. So
Kelce, unless he says, Taylor and I, back during one of her costume changes, we tore one off. Unless he says that, I don't care.
Yeah, it's more of just, well, you never know. We'll see. So maybe we'll circle back to that topic. But I want to start. Christian Watson, as you said, didn't practice today. No pads. We're not sure what happened. LaFleur might speak later today. We'll get the latest from Mike Clemens tomorrow. I'm not going to hold my breath that Matt LaFleur gives us an answer. Just an update.
Right.
Christian Watson has now played in 13 of his 20 career games so far. Do with that number what you will. That's just where we stand through one full season and 2 weeks of his second season.
Right. There you go.
I don't know what
not a whole lot of participation so far in his very young career.
Well, and I'll defend him. Last year, he took a shot to the head in the Bills game. He got a concussion. There's not much you can do about that. This year, he just got hurt. He didn't even get hurt in a preseason game. He tweaked it in practice, and he hasn't played yet. So that's a little different. That's a little more concerning, don't you think?
Same thing he did in training camp last year. He wasn't available all for the entire training camp in the beginning of the season because of that back then. So I completely get it.
So another thing on the Packers, I found this graph, and this is something that is perfect for a What Did We Miss segment. Peter Bukowski, friend of show, tweeted this out. The Packers are the only team in the league, at least that I can find looking at this graphic, and I've looked at it 5 or 6 times now. They're the only team in the NFL that does not have a pass catcher who's averaging their targets within 10 yards, meaning the Packers aren't checking the ball down at all. Their top targets, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, Luke Musgraves, and Dontavian Wicks, are all averaging an average depth of a catch farther downfield than 10 yards. So no check downs. It's all intermediate, but we got to find a way to get farther. We got to get those deep passes, take the top off the defense, like you said, Bill.
Between the check downs that could come and moving the ball downfield a little bit, I'm looking forward to it, which kind of refutes some of the things that I've been saying about the intermediary passes, which they've actually been doing, but I'd like to see a little bit more of that. And I guess what I'm talking about is where guys are crossing over the middle or crossing on the outside, where you hit them and then they have the ability to then take off and turn that into a big play, kind of giving it to the playmaker to make a play rather than having the quick turnarounds and the quick outs and stuff. So no, I can appreciate that. Absolutely.
So just one thing on that, maybe Jordan Love's completion percentage, maybe it could be boosted just a little bit. If he hits 2 or 3 more checkdowns throughout the course of the game, maybe that's something that Matt LaFleur is looking to find with him. And if Christian Watson comes back, hopefully that helps create some explosive plays down the field as well. So just something to monitor. Lastly, Christian Yelich update. This is per Kurt Hogue a couple of hours ago. 3 bullet points that he tweeted out, or 4 bullet points. Says he's feeling much better the last couple of days. He worked out prior to yesterday's game, and the Brewers' current position in the standings has made some impact on his availability. So no need to rush. They're targeting a return to the lineup in Miami.
Right.
So that's where we stand with Yelich.
There you go. Christian Yelich, hopefully back by then. Having that video come out, though, I hope that wasn't the jinxing factor. God, I almost wanted to retweet that and send it over to Ben Kenny and just have Ben put a palm to forehead. And then I could hear the slap all the way here from Philadelphia when he goes, "Oh God, not again." So we'll see.
Oh my God. That's what we missed. We covered everything else pretty well, I think.
There you go. We got it all today. Hey, by the way, coming up tomorrow, we're going to talk with Tyler Dunn of GoLongTD.com. He's going to join us. We'll talk a little bit about Jordan Love and whatever else is kind of rolling around in his brain regarding the rest of the NFL. So we'll get into that discussion. Larry Holder, long-time Saints reporter, covering the New Orleans Saints for a long, long time. Larry's going to give us the lowdown on the Saints coming in to Lambeau Field. And then tomorrow, as we do always, we're going to have our own Mike Clemens here, and we're going to hear from anything out of the locker room today that Mike grabs. We didn't do everything today that we had the possibility of doing with Dontavian Wicks and company, so you're probably going to hear a little bit of that tomorrow as well. So we'll be very Packer-centric. Brewers have blown it open. They are up 6-0 right now over St. Louis. 6-0 through 6 innings. Top of the 7th right now. And the Brewers pitching staff still stymieing the Redbirds, which is absolutely positively fantastic. And I love it. I love the fact that the Brewers, win the other night, put the letter E in front of the St. Louis Cardinals name via the standings, which means they are eliminated from any postseason hope. And that was always satisfying as well. So good stuff today. And like I said, back at it again tomorrow. A reminder, we're going to be live in Green Bay. Live in Green Bay coming up on Sunday. It's the Green and Gold postgame show. And we're going to be at Burgles up in Green Bay. So if you're looking for it, it's right behind Stadium View. And we're going to be there with the postgame show and having a good time. So if you want to come on over, come on by. Looking fun. Should be fun. I'm excited. Burkles is going to be the place we're going to be. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that's going to be our hangout for the remainder of the season. Until we talk again. 20 hours from now. Back at it. 20 hours from now. Until we talk again, it's time for us to go. Have a good one. See you.